Chapter 2041. After leaving the sect leader's hall, Yichen began to think about the situation today. The first elder had betrayed the sect and worked with the evil spirits. It was obvious that Li Qingyao was very afraid of the evil spirits. This operation had made Yichen even more interested in the underworld realm. He wanted to know how many forces were hidden in this attainment level. First elder. After the first elder was carried out of the sect leader's hall, he dragged his crippled body out of the mountain. Yichen followed. Yichen. The first elder looked like he had seen a ghost when he saw Yichen. He was so scared that he crawled on the ground like a madman. First elder, since the sect leader released you, I won't kill you, but you have to answer a few questions of mine. Speak. The first elder relaxed when he heard this. At least a powerhouse like Yichen would keep his word. Yichen looked at the first elder coldly and said, "Who are the evil spirits? What's the secret code you use to trade with them?" Hearing this question, the first elder revealed a look of fear. This was unexpected because his expression seemed to be saying that if he said anything, he would be mercilessly killed. Lord Yichen, it's not that I don't want to tell you. If I say one word, they'll know. I'm dead. Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly. Instantly, a strong killing intent almost made the first elder kneel on the ground. It's fine if you don't say it. I can kill you right now. This. What's there to say? Do you have a choice? Tell me. When I destroy the evil spirits, you'll be safe. Hearing what Yichen said, the first elder was even more shocked. He kept shaking his head. Young man, you're too arrogant. The evil spirits aren't a force you can deal with. That's none of your business. Old man, you should worry about your own life. The first elder nodded slightly. Yichen was right. As long as he told the secret of the evil spirits, at least he would be fine now. Otherwise, it would be too easy for Yichen to kill him. He stroked his beard slightly and smiled bitterly. Then he said, "The evil spirits are the most unstable force in the underworld realm. Their goal is very simple, which is to devour everything." Devour everything. That's right. I'm not trying to scare you. You've seen how much Li Qingyao values the evil spirits. In their eyes, our Qingyao sect is like an ant. It's just that the evil gate hasn't been fully opened yet, and only a few evil spirits have infiltrated Nether Prison. That's why they're working with me. I don't want to betray the sect, but it's useless. People like me can be killed at any time. Cut the crap. What's the secret code between you and the evil spirit? There's no secret code. They'll contact me when they're on the move. This evil spirit jade pendant is used for communication. Take it. The first elder took out the jade pendant and handed it to Yichen. Yichen took the jade pendant and immediately sensed the evil energy that he had sensed before. He knew that he should be right this time. Scram! Thank you, Lord Yichen. The great elder rolled and crawled, directly rushing into the darkness. Yichen received the evil spirit jade pendant and returned to his residence. In his residence, Yichen kept flipping through the evil spirit jade pendant and felt more evil energy from it. Compared to the evil energy that he had absorbed from the stone door in order to transform, the evil energy in this jade pendant was purer and stronger. After absorbing the evil energy, Yichen used his ancient god space to analyze this energy. He wanted to understand the extreme operation of this energy and then find a way to break it. The invasion of the evil spirits was definitely not a small matter. If he wanted to find a bargaining chip to cooperate with the Osiris, this might be one of them. Yichen sat cross-legged in the air with the evil spirit jade pendant floating in the air. He activated the 8 gates disc. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The disc's power filled the space, forming the 8 spinning gates. The power of the 8 trigrams flowed in it, its divine might boundless. The jade pendant floated above the disc. Open the gate. Yi Qin activated the 8 gates disc, and instantly, the jade pendant's power poured into the gate. The disc's power had already merged with Yi Qin and was connected to the ancient god space. This energy entered the ancient god space through the gate. It was equivalent to the 8 gates disc's analysis, and the power structure became clearer. What a strange energy! Even Yi Qin felt strange when he absorbed this energy. This was completely different from ordinary psionic energy, demonic energy, and immortal power. It was a different kind of energy that was extremely corrosive to the human heart. After absorbing a little of this energy, Yi Qin felt his heart being affected. Fortunately, his martial will was invincible and strong. In addition, he had the protection of the ancient god power. It was impossible to corrode his soul with this little bit of energy. Evil energy, can I refine and use this energy? This was the first thought that came to Yi Qin when he came into contact with the evil energy. This was because his ancient god body was evolved from the ancient peerless Panga godhead. Pangu was the ancestor of all things. No energy could escape the scope of Panga's power. Therefore, no matter what type of energy, Yi Qin could refine and use it. I'm now a 1-star ancient god body, and I don't control the ancient god's will. Refining this evil energy that corrodes the heart is risky. Yi Qin was aware of his limitations. Although he possessed the 1-star ancient god body, he had not dabbled in the ancient god cultivation method when it came to spiritual cultivation. This was the biggest obstacle for him to cultivate his dark powers. The ancient god cultivation method. To cultivate the evil energy, one must first cultivate the ancient god cultivation method. This was a challenge for Yi Qin. Meditate. Yi Qin immediately entered a meditative state, and his primordial spirit entered the ancient god space. In the ancient god space, Yi Qin walked to the cosmic sea. This was the depths of the ancient god space. Here, one could see the universe and the stars. The universe was vast and contained millions. The ancient god body itself had records of all kinds of supernatural powers and secret techniques since the beginning of time. Like genes, it was engraved in the bones and would never be lost. This information was transformed into stars and hidden in the ancient god universe. Yi Qin opened his eyes and looked at the stars. Countless stars were like blinking eyes looking at Yi Qin. Go! Yi Qin flew up and directly rushed into the cosmic sea. This was not a good choice. The risk was great. The ancient god power was so powerful. If Yi Qin directly entered the cosmic sea, if he made a mistake, his primordial spirit might perish in this sea and be completely annihilated. These stars were the ancient god's memories. The super-destructive power was everywhere. Even if Yi Qin had the body of a heavenly emperor, it was still insignificant compared to the ancient god. To be continued. Chapter 2042. Every star in the sea of stars had its own story. Yi Qin wandered among them and felt a tremendous psyche power. This was the first time he had felt such pressure. If he stood before a giant, he would only see their heels. If he wanted to see their entire body, he would have to be tall enough and have a vision. Yi Qin's entire body generated psionic power to protect himself and increase his psyche power. However, this little bit of psyche power improvement was not enough in the ancient god cosmic sea. Such powerful psyche power the ancient gods really can't imagine. As the most powerful ancient god on earth, he could rely on his own strength to fight against the strongest enemies in the universe. As for the ancient god Pangu, according to legend, he roamed the universe, conquered countless territories, and gathered endless martial arts. No one could imagine how powerful such a person was. All this information was recorded in the ancient god cosmic sea. Yi Qin's ancient god attainment level was only 1 star, so the number of stars he could activate was extremely limited. However, these stars could suppress Yi Qin and make him breathless. However, who was Yi Qin? He was a heavenly emperor and was incomparably arrogant. In his eyes, nothing was impossible. Even when facing the Panga god who created everything, he was still the same. Ah! With a roar, Yi-Chin continued forward, passing through the sea of stars. He was still sensing the information. His time was limited, and he must find the most suitable star in the shortest time possible. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Yi-Chin activated his spirit eye and observed the surrounding space. However, the ancient god cosmic sea was filled with the supreme might of the ancient god. The spirit I could not detect it. Ancient god power! Only by relying on the ancient god power could Yi-Chin see the path ahead. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Suddenly, a psyche domain appeared in front of him. Yi-Chin felt like his psyche was burned to ashes. That terrifying power surpassed any psyche control method. Yi-Chin turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the star. Go! When he arrived in front of the star, he saw countless strange lights rushing out from the star and drowning his body. Entering the psyche flame, Yi-Chin felt a powerful force. This force seemed to be able to destroy all psyche bodies, including Yi-Chin's primordial spirit. All right, I like challenges. Yi-Chin realized that there must be a powerful psyche cultivation method in this star. This was exactly what he wanted. Whoosh! Disregarding everything else, Yi-Chin decisively charged into the star. Hoo, hoo, hoo! In an instant, psyche flames filled the space. Yi-Chin felt as if he had fallen into a hellfire furnace. The pain was unbearable for ordinary people. Even an immortal would be defeated by such psyche might. However, Yi-Chin relied on the ancient god power to protect himself and forced his way into the star. On the star, his entire body was still burning with raging flames. These raging flames were spiritual flames that burned people's spiritual bodies. This was not only a trial of the primordial spirit, but also a test of one's martial will. The body of a heavenly emperor had experienced countless years and faced countless deadly situations. These were all engraved in Yi-Chin's bones. Regardless of whether he truly ascended to the throne of heavenly emperor or not, it was endless wealth for Yi-Chin. It was a glowing star. Standing on it, Yi-Chin could sense countless chains in the surrounding space trying to stop him. He looked around and didn't find anything, but the pulling force was very obvious. Not good. In an instant, Yi-Chin relied on his superb battle experience to realize that the chains were invisible. He might have fallen into a gigantic formation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sure enough, when he came to his senses, he found a huge golden seal had appeared under his feet. There were 9 connected chains on the seal. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, these chains began to lock onto Yi-Chin. They attacked him from all directions and locked onto his hands and feet. Ah! Yi-Chin roared and wanted to break free with brute force. However, this was not a good choice. Soon, he felt the parts of his body that had been burned by the flames became unbearable. The pain came from the depths of his soul. It was unimaginable. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yi-Chin's eyes turned cold, and he released sword gleams. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These sword gleams were emitted from Yi-Chin's body. 8 desolate sword-style lawless. Clang, clang, clang. These sword gleams bombarded the chains, but did not shake them at all. It was as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Yi-Chin noticed that there was a jade slip floating in the air. Under the illumination of the light, a light screen appeared under the jade slip. Countless words were evolving on the light screen. Seeing these words, Yi-Chin recognized at a glance that they were ancient god script. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the ancient god script. The ancient god script was extremely difficult to understand. Even if Yi-Chin had cultivated to become a 1-star ancient god, it would be difficult to read and understand these words. However, at this point, he must not give up, because giving up might not only mean failure, but also death. Ancient god, I awakens. Yi-Chin had been cultivating the ancient god's eye for a long time through his ancient god power, but he had not made any breakthroughs. Now he had no choice but to use the power of the ancient god's eye. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to understand those words. Psionic power was nothing in the ancient god space. It was incomparably humble. Moreover, Pandora demon ability and underworld energy could not be used. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Accidentally, the demon eye in Yi Chen's body automatically awakened, trying to break free from the chains before him. Oh no! Yi Chen was shocked. The power of the demon eye was the underworld god power. Naturally, it rejected the ancient god space. Once it sensed the power of the demon eye, it would be out of control. Clang, clang, clang. Indeed, the seal had sensed the underworld god power. Instantly, the chains in the surrounding space became tighter and tighter, trying to devour the power in Yi Chen's body. Faced with such a crisis, Yi Chen could only stare at the light screen with all his might. The various mysterious words in the light screen were transmitted through the ancient god eye into the ancient god space for analysis. This was Yi Chen's last chance. Yi Chen ignored the danger of his soul burning and entered the meditative realm. He knew very well that if he could not make a breakthrough in these ancient god script within the time limit set by the seal, he might really die here. The extreme environment created extreme pressure. This extreme pressure allowed Yi Chen to explode with unparalleled potential. As the ancient god space carried out a complex analysis of these words, Yi Chen saw the true meaning behind these words. Tianyi's soul cultivation technique. The true meaning behind these words all pointed to this secret technique. To be continued. Chapter 2043. Tianyi's soul cultivation method. Then I shall name this star Tianyi Star. In the ancient god universe, the first star named by Yi Chen had appeared. After comprehending the true meaning of the ancient god characters, Yi Chen sat in the air with his legs crossed. He no longer had any distracting thoughts and devoted himself to cultivation. The energy within Tianyi Star began to flow into Yi Chen's body. This energy was all mind energy, the foundation that Yi Chen needed the most right now. The flow of time in the ancient god universe was completely different from the outside world. According to Yi Chen's cultivation base, Mahayana stage could adjust it to 10 times faster. 2 hours here was equivalent to 20 hours in the outside world. Similarly, Yi Chen could reverse the adjustment. 2 hours here was equivalent to 2 hours in the outside world. The space-time Wrath's understanding of the space-time law made it easy for Yi Chen to adjust it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yi Chen floated above a mind energy cloud. His body and mind relaxed. With the infusion of mind energy, Yi Chen's primordial spirit became stronger. It was completely different from before. Now, the primordial spirit could resist the power of the evil energy. This was the biggest reason Yi Chen entered the ancient god universe. He wanted to find a way to improve his mind energy. This way, he could refine the evil energy and communicate with the evil spirits on behalf of the First Elder to find a chance to defeat them. Yi Chen had cultivated for 20 hours on planet Tianyi, but only 2 hours had passed in the outside world. After absorbing enough mind energy, Yi Chen's primordial spirit returned to his body and woke up. After waking up, Yi Chen felt that his mind energy had a qualitative leap. His strength had at least doubled. The refining of the evil spirits that he could not handle before was now very simple. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yi Chen took out the 8 Gates disc and drew out the evil spirit jade pendant. Evil spirit, let me get to know you again. This time Yi Chen had no qualms. The mind energy in his body began to move like a raging sea, unstoppable. Although the evil spirit jade pendant had self-defense, it did not have any resistance against the 8 Gates disc. It opened immediately. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Evil light surrounded it, and the evil energy was rampant. The jade pendant wanted to devour Yi Chen. Ha, how naive! Yi Chen sneered. The 8 Gates disc released electricity at the same time, and the evil energy of the jade pendant was subdued. Withdraw. Opening one of the 8 gates, the dark energy was forcibly absorbed into the ancient God space. The evil energy entered the ancient God space and connected with Yi Chen's primordial spirit. These forces thought that they had found an opportunity and began to corrode Yi Chen's mind. However, they had no idea that Yi Chen's consciousness was impregnable after absorbing Tian Yixing's energy. Since you can't corrupt me, I'll be the one to refine you. Yi Chen closed his eyes and activated the first Sky Soul refining technique. Suddenly, the evil energy began to struggle wildly in the ancient God space. It had realized that it was about to be refined by Yi Chen. What's the point of struggling? You can't be arrogant in front of this emperor. Shut up. Yi Chen's cold eyes locked onto the evil energy. Suddenly, the peerless might of a heavenly emperor suppressed it, and the evil energy did not dare to be rampant. Then, the first sky refining soul instantly devoured the evil energy. ZZZ. After a complicated analysis, all kinds of data entered Yi Chen's mind. These were the fragments of the dark energy's rules. With Yi Chen's ability, he could deduce the various properties of the dark energy. Very good. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The ancient god power was powerful indeed. In such a short time, he had found a way to refine the evil energy. In time, he could obtain more astral power from the ancient god space. Then, recovering the heavenly emperor's body would not be an empty dream. After 3 days of research, Yi Chen completely understood the structure of elementary dark energy. With his own strength, he could evolve the dark energy, and it was even more powerful than the jade slit ring. In the sect leader's main hall, Lord Sect Leader Yi Chen requests an audience. Please. There were many things to do in the sect, and Yi Chen was an important person. Li Qingyao also wanted to meet Yi Chen and see what ability he had to be valued by the Fleeting Cloud sect. Fellow Yi, you're here. Greetings, sect leader. Not at all. Please. Li Qingyao brought Yi Chen to the main hall, and the two sat down. Fellow Yi, what brings you here this time? Sect leader, I think the first elder's matter isn't that simple. With your cultivation base, it's impossible that you can't see the key. Sigh. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Qingyao shook his head slightly and sighed. He said, Fellow Yi is indeed sharp to see the crux of the matter at a glance. The evil spirits aren't an ordinary force. If they target us, the Clear Miao sect will be in danger. Yi Chen observed Li Qingyao's expression and found that he was not pretending. He was really upset. Sect leader, things might not be out of hand. Fellow Yi, you're an outsider and don't know how powerful the evil spirits are. For hundreds of years, even the Dark God Temple has been unable to completely eliminate the evil spirits. They can only let them grow in the dark. Although this is under the jurisdiction of the Nether Purgatory, the evil spirits' forces have infiltrated here and can do whatever they want. Sect leader, are you going to sit here and wait for death? This, hearing Yi Chen's question, Li Qingyao relied on his many years of experience to sense that Yi Chen seemed to have a good plan. Fellow Yi, if you can save the Clear Miao sect, I can even give up my position as sect leader. What do you think? Oh, ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed maniacally. As expected of an experienced person, Li Qingyao could already tell that Yi Chen had come to deal with this matter. Since that was the case, Yi Chen did not hide it and continued, Sect leader, I've already solved the secret of the evil energy. I can now contact the evil spirits on behalf of the First Elder. We'll catch a turtle in a jar. Really? Of course. Yi Chen's reply was very firm and full of confidence. Li Qingmiao looked at Yi Chen with a look of disbelief. As expected of someone valued by the Flowing Cloud sect, Yi Chen, your talent is really amazing. I've studied this evil energy for decades and haven't come up with anything. You've only been in the Clear Miao sect for a few weeks, and you've already solved its mystery. You're too scary. Facing someone like Yi Chen, Li Qingmiao had to use the word scary to describe him. Even a genius would not dare to be compared to Yi Qin. Sect leader, you flatter me. I'm afraid the Clear Meow sect alone won't be enough to eliminate the root of the problem. Well, as long as Fellow Yi has a complete plan, I can contact the High Sect for help. We'll definitely succeed. The High Sect? Could it be the Flowing Cloud Sect? That's right. Fellow Yi is someone valued by the Flowing Cloud Sect. If I invite them to help with your plan, they won't refuse. All right, then please act quickly, Sect Leader. Chapter 2044. After returning to his residence, Yi Chun was still thinking about another problem. He had never heard of this so-called Fleeting Cloud Sect before he came to the Clear Mist Sect. Li Qingmiao had been following the sect's instructions and even said that the people of the Fleeting Cloud Sect valued him. This made Yi Qin a little confused. What kind of existence is the Fleeting Cloud Sect? Why would they value me? Thinking of this, Yi Chen could not help but tremble. Could it be that the other party had been following him since he entered the underworld realm? If that was the case, it would be terrifying because ordinary people would not be able to escape from Yi Chen's detection. Only high-level itinerant immortals would have a chance. 3 days later, Yi Chen began to contact the evil spirits as promised. The jade pendant floated in the air. Yi Chen released his deciphering evil energy and sent out a signal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. These evil energy signals continuously began to spread in the direction of the secret cave. Ha ha ha, First Elder, this guy did well. In that case, today is the start of our evil spirit hegemony. Under the saint's lead, the first army of evil spirits set off from the secret cave and charged toward the Clear Mist Sect. Roar, roar, roar. The evil spirit army was extremely excited. Everywhere they passed, not a single blade of grass was left alive. Countless lives perished under this trampling. Evil spirits were the symbol of darkness and slaughter. Ha ha ha. Kill the Clear Mist Sect and the humans of the underworld realm. Kill. Boom, boom, boom. The evil spirit spaceship set off. The saint led the main force on the spaceship. Below them, countless evil spirits trampled the ground and charged forward. Clear Mist Sect, Sect Master Hall. Reporting to Sect Master, there's a large number of supernatural senses coming from the direction Lord Yi Chun pointed out. A Clear Mist Sect combatant stepped forward and reported. Very good. Fellow Yi, you've done a great job this time. As long as we can kill the evil spirits, it's considered a success. All right. Li Qingmiao sent a trace of immortal power into the sky. Instantly, this power turned into a bird and flew into the distance. Meanwhile, on a hidden mountain, a group of people stood. Lord Fengqing, Li Qingmiao sent a signal. An expert walked in front of a man wearing a black hat and bowed. Yi Chen did not disappoint. He has unlocked the secret of evil energy. This person's talent is as extraordinary as expected. Prepare to attack. Yes. Many powerhouses hid in the forest, and this was the place where the evil spirit army had to pass through. Hoo! The evil spirit army had already arrived. On the flying ship, the sacred envoy looked at the Clear Meow sect and sneered. He unleashed his dark powers and summoned the Great Elder. Grand Elder, where are you right now? Immediately activate the Clear Mist sect's defensive barrier and let us in. Lord Divine Envoy, I will do it immediately. Please hurry up and invade. You don't have to worry about that. We've already arrived at the entrance of the Clear Mist sect. Activate the barrier immediately. Yes. Yi Qin activated the 9 true spirit transformations. His voice was exactly the same as the First Elder's. No one could tell the difference. He turned to the Sect Master and said, Sect Master, please activate the Clear Mist sect's defensive barrier and convince the evil spirits. All right. Li Qingmiao nodded and flew to the 9 heavens. Ah, he shouted coldly. His powerful aura engulfed the entire Clear Meow sect. Then, the Clear Meow sect's defensive formation was activated. 100 miles away, the saint was very happy to see such a scene. Ha ha ha! The Great Elder has already activated the defensive barrier. Let's charge over. Yes. Kill, kill, kill. On the flying ship, the flying team was the first to attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The experts of the flying team jumped onto their flying mounts and flew toward the Clear Meow sect. The Clear Meow sect's observation team soon discovered their location and reported it to Yi Qin and the sect master. They're here, prepared to kill the enemy. Yes, all the cultivators of the Clear Meow sect were ready for the final battle. At the same time, the Flowing Cloud sect cultivators hiding on the mountain peak were preparing to activate the killing formation. Boom, boom, boom. The evil spirit flying team arrived. They kept dropping dark power bombs at the Clear Meow sect. These black balls would explode violently as soon as they hit the ground. At the same time, they contained countless evil poisons. These poisons were the most lethal. Be careful of the evil poison. Everyone heard Li Qingmiao's immortal power voice transmission. The cultivators of the Clear Meow sect all put on the gas masks that they had prepared long ago from the Flowing Cloud sect. The powerhouses walking in front all wore wolf head masks and charged at the evil spirits in a frenzy. Kill! The earth-shattering battle cries filled the entire space. What? There's an ambush! The members of the evil spirit flying squad immediately sensed that something was wrong. They looked around and saw countless Clear Meow sect soldiers wearing wolf head masks charging towards them. These masked people were the elite warriors of the Clear Meow sect. Their cultivation base was at least a 5 tribulation itinerant immortal. Kill. Clear Meow battle technique. Many experts unleashed their abilities and combined them into a destructive divine ability that bombarded the cultivators of the flying team. Arg! Screams rang out. They knew that they were charging into a trap. Countless experts of the flying team were bound by the formation and could only wait for death. On the flying ship, the sage envoy also saw the scene before him. What's going on? He roared angrily as he watched the evil spirit warriors die in the sea of fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He released his evil power and contacted the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, what's going on? How dare you betray us? Ha ha ha. Lord Sage Envoy, it's a pity that it's not the Grand Elder who contacted you. His cultivation base has been destroyed by the sect master. What? Hearing Yi Chen's voice, the Sage Envoy was enraged. Endless anger turned into murderous energy and flew up. Kill them. Whether they're on guard or not, kill them. Yes. The evil spirit warriors obeyed the order and charged forward. Meanwhile, the experts of the Flowing Cloud sect activated the formation on the mountain peak. Sky-turning formation of Flowing Cloud, activate. Rumble. Thunder roared in the sky. Powerful immortal energy surrounded the flying ship. Suddenly, the flying ship was bound by the immortal energy and could not move. Damn it! The Sage Envoy was even more enraged and struck out with his palm. Evil Power Palm. The powerful evil energy shook the entire formation. At the end of his gaze, a person appeared in the air. It's Feng Qing. Seeing that person, the divine emissary's eyes burned with rage. This was a trap, and he was completely toyed with in the palm of his hand. Evil Spirit Saint Envoy, you have nowhere to run. Feng Qing of the Flowing Cloud sect, you will pay the most painful price for what you did today. Is that so? That's something you won't be able to see. Chapter 2045. Within the Flowing Cloud formation, the evil spirits could not escape. They could only fight to the death. Under the command of the Holy Envoy, they fought crazily. Evil Spirit, Holy Envoy, die. Elder Feng Qing attacked directly against the Holy Envoy. As the saying went, capture the leader first. Kill. A scepter appeared in the Holy Envoy's hand. The scepter constantly emitted green, evil energy. This energy turned into countless wandering souls that charged at Fengqing. This was an old move of the evil spirits. As an experienced opponent, Fengqing naturally knew how powerful this evil energy was. Flowing cloud screen. But since he dared to face the Holy Envoy here, how could Fengqing not be prepared? There was a hidden flowing cloud screen in this flowing cloud formation. This screen was prepared for the evil energy. Open! As the order was given, many flowing cloud powerhouses released their power. A sky-covering screen appeared in front of them. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. Countless lightning bolts flowed on the screen. These lightning bolts were the nemesis of evil energy. Kill! Fengqing waved the screen in front of him and charged at the evil spirit, Holy Envoy. The evil spirit, Holy Envoy, was furious. He also knew that this screen could block his evil energy. He watched as the wandering souls he had sent out were all struck by the lightning bolts and dissipated into the void. Kill! The evil spirit, Holy Envoy, had no choice but to rely on the countless evil spirit warriors to cut a way out. Rumble! The huge evil spirit spaceship began to turn, trying to escape. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, Fengqing waved the screen and directly covered the evil spirit spaceship. It was like a heavenly prison, unable to escape. On the other battlefields, Yi Chen led many powerhouses from the Clear Meow sect out. The flying teams were constantly being defeated. Kill! These evil spirit warriors locked onto Yi Chen at first glance and flew over. You useless trash, die! Yi Chen did not show any mercy. The heavenly sword in his hand was like a swimming dragon. Roar! The sword energy swung, and a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding space exploded. The evil spirit warriors that were charging at Yi Chen all exploded in the void. Blood mist filled the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing that the evil spirit army had lost, Li Qingmiao revealed a look of admiration. He walked to Yi Chen and bowed. It's all thanks to Fellow Yi that you obtained this evil spirit jade pendant from that traitor and lured the snake out of its hole. Otherwise, the Clear Meow sect would be in danger. Sect master is too polite. Since it's your Clear Meow sect, we will naturally consider your safety. Taoist Yi is truly a genius. It is all thanks to Taoist Yi that we were able to receive help from the Flowing Cloud sect. Oh, to be honest, I don't know anything about the Sky Cloud Martial School. What? Fellow Yi, you're not joking, right? Of course not. Sect leader, please introduce me to the experts of the Sky Cloud sect. I would like to see how much they value me. Ha ha ha, good. Li Qingmiao still thought that Yi Chen was being too secretive. How could someone who was valued by the Flowing Cloud sect not know about the Flowing Cloud sect? The two of them arrived at the main battlefield. At this moment, in the huge cloud barrier, the Dark Spirit spaceship could not escape, and countless Dark Spirit warriors were still struggling. The person in the center of the formation is Elder Fengqing of the Flowing Cloud sect. Fellow Yi, do you know him? I don't. Well, Li Qingmiao looked at Yi Chen's expression. He did not look like he was lying. If Yi Chen really did not know about Fengqing of the Flowing Cloud sect, then it was natural that he did not know about the Flowing Cloud sect. The most unbelievable thing was, why would the Flowing Cloud sect value him? In any case, these things made him a little confused. However, he was still very grateful that Yi Chen had helped him a lot this time. Seeing that the Dark Spirit spaceship was entangled by the barrier and beginning to collapse, Yi Chen leaped into the sky. Heavenly Emperor Order, Mortal Sword Revolution. Yi Chen held the Heavenly Emperor sword and slashed in the air. Instantly, the sword storm turned into a hurricane and rushed toward the Dark Spirit spaceship. Rumble. Kacha, kacha, kacha. No matter how sturdy the Dark Spirit spaceship was, it could not withstand such power and exploded in the air. Countless evil power fragments spread in the void. The holy emissary saw the person who released the sword energy on the wreckage of the spaceship. "You're the person who contacted me?" "Ha ha ha, good eyesight. You actually guessed it was me." Damn it. The holy emissary was furious. He gathered all the evil power in his body and released it through the scepter. Rumble. Instantly, an incomparably huge, ferocious beast charged toward Yi Chen. It looked like it was going to swallow the person in front of it. Such an evil creature. Destroy! Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. The demon's eye appeared again between his brows. Instantly, an invisible dark vortex appeared in the void. Following that, the incomparably huge evil beast began to struggle and move toward the void. "What's going on?" the holy emissary shouted. Yi Chen did not respond. However, in the blink of an eye, the evil beast was already swallowed by the darkness. The holy emissary's heart trembled. The evil beast earlier was formed from all his evil power. Even itinerant immortals would stay away from it, or they would die. However, the person before him was not at the Mahayana stage. How could he resist it? No, it could not be said that he resisted it. The other party was not afraid of the evil beast's might and directly wiped it out. This was too terrifying. Even a peak itinerant immortal might not be able to do that. Who are you? Why are you making an enemy of us, evil spirits? You don't know what's good for you. Holy emissary, you're too confident. No one can stop me. Evil spirits are nothing. Get lost. You. The holy emissary was choked by Yi Chen and could not reply. That feeling was as if he was choking to death. Kill them all. He began to command all the evil warriors to make the final counterattack. Then let's kill them all. Facing thousands of evil warriors, Yi Chen did not hesitate at all. The heavenly Dharch sword in his hand cut through the universe. Heavenly Dharch token, Earth sword reverse slash. The Earth sword appeared again. It was like a pillar supporting the sky, punishing all evil. Boom, boom, boom. Irreparable cracks appeared between heaven and earth. This power was all channeled into the earth's veins. In an instant, the reverse sword chi was like a dragon emerging from the sea. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. No one survived. Kacha, kacha, kacha. All the evil warriors did not even have time to look at Yi Chen before their bodies exploded and they died. Seeing this scene, the holy emissary knew that he was completely finished. Very good, very good. All of you must die. Ha ha ha. The holy emissary seemed to have gone mad. He struck his own forehead with the staff. His bones cracked and blood flowed. He died on the spot. I didn't expect this holy emissary to have some backbone, Li Qingmiao said. Unfortunately, those who invade the drifting cloud land must die, Feng Qing said. Fellow Yi, this is Elder Feng Qing of the Drifting Cloud sect. Greetings, Elder Feng Qing. Yi Chen walked forward and locked his eyes on Feng Qing. He had never seen this person before. Chapter 2046. After killing the evil spirit army, Li Qingmiao brought everyone back to the Clear Miao sect. In the main hall of the Clear Miao sect, Yi Chen, Li Qingmiao, and Feng Qing sat together. Elder Feng Qing, this is fellow Yi Chen, am I right? Finding Yi Chen and taking good care of him was an order from the Fleeting Cloud sect. Li Qingmiao did not dare to be careless. This time, seeing that Feng Qing was here to help, it was time to claim credit. As long as the Fleeting Cloud sect recognized him, the Qingmiao sect's prestige would rise again. The sect leader is right. Fellow Yi Chen, whom our sect values, is here. Feng Qing said with a smile. Upon hearing their conversation, Yi Chen looked at Feng Qing. This man was very shrewd. Yi Chen could not glean any extra information from his face, so he decided to ask him directly to save himself the trouble. Yi Chen said, Elder Feng Qing, how did I, Yi Chen, become someone valued by the Flowing Cloud sect? Who in the Flowing Cloud sect knows me? Hearing Yi Chen's question, Feng Qing smiled slightly. He already knew that Yi Chen would ask this, but even he did not know about it because it was a secret of the Flowing Cloud sect. The mission this time was to cooperate with Yi Chen in dealing with the evil spirit army. In this evil spirit war, Yi Chen had wiped out the entire evil spirit army in one move and forced the evil spirit Saint Messenger to commit suicide. It could be said that he was in the limelight. There was nothing much to say about the mission's success. However, since Yi Chen had taken the initiative to ask, he had to answer. Fellow Yi, regardless of whether you believe me or not, I can only tell you that carrying out orders is my mission. As for why the sect values you, I'm not very sure either. However, seeing that fellow Yi killed the evil spirit army this time, it can be seen that your talent is outstanding. Perhaps that's the reason. Is that the reason? Yi Chen smirked lightly. Things would not be that simple. However, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to get any useful information from Feng Qing. Fellow Yi Chen, I've come to the Clear Meow sect this time to assist you in exterminating the evil spirit. Secondly, the Drifting Cloud sect leader asked me to invite fellow Yi to come over personally. Sky Cloud sect leader. Hearing this, Li Qingmiao was shocked. He did not expect that the Drifting Cloud sect master, a super expert who had been famous in the Nether Prison continent for a long time, would want to see Yi Chen in person. He could not help but look at Yi Chen in amazement. Fellow Yi, even I can't meet the Drifting Cloud sect master directly. This is a great opportunity. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed out loud, which confused the two of them. Fellow Taoist Yi, why are you laughing? Feng Qing asked. I don't even know any Sky Cloud sect master. This invitation is so strange. I don't really want to go. Ah. Li Qingmiao and Feng Qing were taken aback. It should be known that even an itinerant immortal would have to go through a lot of trouble to meet the Drifting Cloud sect leader, and some might even fail. However, Yi Chen had rejected the sect leader's invitation. If word of this got out, the entire Drifting Cloud land would be shocked. At the same time, they would say that Yi Chen did not know what was good for him. Yi Chen was merely a young man, yet he was acting so arrogantly in the Drifting Cloud land. Both of them could not help but feel that something was amiss. Fellow Yi, didn't you want to know why the Flowing Cloud School values you? This is a good opportunity for you. Feng Qing reacted quickly and grasped the core of the problem directly, which was the answer to Yi Chen's doubt. Initially, Yi Chen would have ignored such an invitation, but Feng Qing's words made him reconsider. After all, he really wanted to know what was going on because he vaguely sensed that this matter had something to do with the Nether God. Since Elder says so, I'll go with you. Straightforward, please. Feng Qing's mission was to bring Yi Chen back to the Flowing Cloud sect as soon as possible, so he did not want to waste any time. Fellow Yi, you must bring my daughter along. She can take care of your daily meals and other activities. When Li Qingmiao saw that Yi Chen was about to soar, he thought of the matter between Yi Chen and Qingqing. This was a good opportunity. As long as he could climb up the tree that was Yi Chen, the Qingmiao sect would be the overlord of this generation. There's no need. All right, even if Qingqing isn't blessed. Li Qingmiao was clearly regretful. Let's go, Yi Chen said to Feng Qing. The latter nodded slightly. Finally, Feng Qing brought Yi Chen onto a flying carriage pulled by a flying beast and flew toward the Flowing Cloud sect. The Drifting Cloud land had a radius of tens of millions of miles and was vast with abundant resources. The Flowing Cloud sect was located in the core of the Drifting Cloud land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled, propelling the flying carriage forward. The flying beast howled and spread its wings for 90,000 miles, passing through 19 provinces. Sitting in the flying carriage, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and adjusted his breathing, continuing to comprehend the theory of dark energy evolution. Ever since he cultivated the Tiani soul cultivation method, Yi Chen's research on dark energy had entered a formal stage. He had already mastered multiple ways to release dark energy. During the battle with the dark energy saint, he had also learned how to use dark energy spells. As long as this information was captured by the demon's eye, it would instantly enter the 8 gates disc to evolve and finally enter the ancient god space for analysis and final conclusion. This kind of cultivation method was thousands of times faster than ordinary cultivators. Even if an ordinary cultivator needed 100 years to comprehend it, with the help of the 8 gates divine disc and the ancient god space, Yi Chen might be able to comprehend it in 2 hours. This was the difference between heaven and earth, even surpassing the gap between genius and mediocrity. The flying carriage traveled for 12 hours. Feng Qing had been observing Yi Chen, but he could not see any expression on Yi Chen's face. He could not even see any information. He was very shocked. Yi Chen was only a young man in his 20s. How could he be so calm and dignified? Looking at Yi Chen was like looking at the Big Dipper, Mount Tai in the sky. The depth and grandeur made Feng Qing feel ashamed of his own inferiority. Although I don't know why the high sect values this person, I see something deep in him that is too terrifying. Feng Qing frowned slightly because he began to sense a powerful energy circulating in Yi Chen's body. This energy seemed to be on the verge of exploding and could destroy an area of 10,000 miles. However, Yi Chen seemed to be able to control this enormous energy well, controlling it in his small body. It was incomparably magical. Behind Yi Chen, Feng Qing's divine consciousness saw a wheel of light revolving. He focused his eyes, trying to see it clearly, but it disappeared instantly. Looking at the person before him, Feng Qing felt even more insignificant. I actually have the urge to kneel. What kind of power is he evolving? Feng Qing muttered to himself in shock. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly opened and a powerful burst of dark energy erupted. Feng Qing could not resist and knelt on the ground, unable to move. How is this possible? He could not believe what he was feeling. He was a peak bodiless immortal. Chapter 2047. Suddenly, a ray of light entered Yi Chen's eyes, causing him to come out of his meditation state. Fellow Yi, we've arrived at the Flowing Cloud sect. Thank you. Yi Chen stood up slowly and came to the deck of the flying car. He looked at the countless peaks in front of him. Under the sunlight, these peaks constantly emitted rays of colorful light. It was very beautiful. Below these peaks, there were many waterfalls and streams of water. At first glance, one's heart was filled with natural beauty and a sense of comfort. In the sky above a towering peak in the distance, there was a colorful cloud. This cloud had a special shape. It was the shape of the words Flowing Cloud Sect. What a good sky, Cloud Marshal School. How creative. Fellow Yi, come with me. All right. Yi Chen looked ahead and saw Feng Qing stepping in the air, charging straight toward the peak of the clouds. Yi Chen laughed in his heart. He knew that this person might be testing his strength. In that case, he would play along. With a step, Yi Chen caught up with Feng Qing. The latter glanced at Yi Chen from the corner of his eyes, then flew into the flowing cloud path. Soon, his figure was erratic, flashing, and soon disappeared before Yi Chen's eyes. This was clearly a challenge to Yi Chen's movement technique. This flowing cloud path was not an ordinary cloud path. It contained the image of the 8 trigrams and the stars. It was full of twists and turns and was very unpredictable. Yi Chen's brows furrowed as he looked ahead. Under his observation, the various formation structures of the flowing cloud path were all within the range of the demon eye. After this information was analyzed by the 8 gates divine disc, the solution was right in front of him. This process happened in the blink of an eye. 9 Heavenly Steps. Yi Chen displayed his exquisite movement technique again. He stepped out, and the 7 stars returned to their positions. His figure moved instantly, and space no longer obstructed him. In the depths of the clouds, Feng Qing, who was observing Yi Chen, felt his heart tremble. He had thought that by relying on the drifting cloud path, specially created by the sect, he would be able to stop Yi Chen for at least 2 hours. During this time, he could use this time to observe Yi Chen's cultivation base and talent. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Chen had already found a way to break through it. It should be known that the drifting cloud path was created by dozens of peak itinerant immortals in the sect. The intricacies of it, coupled with the terrain of drifting cloud mountain, could be said to be perfect. Even a peak true immortal would not be able to break through this formation in less than an hour. However, Yi Chen had reached the end of the drifting cloud path in less than half an hour. What a godly person! Feng Qing quickly sent the message back to the fleeting cloud sect. He then went to the cloud bridge to welcome Yi Chen. Yi Chen descended from the drifting cloud path and arrived at the cloud bridge. Fellow Taoist Yi, you're truly a godly person. You followed me so quickly. You're truly a young hero. You flatter me, Elder Feng Qing. I think it would be better if you could bring me to the Sky Cloud Sect leader as soon as possible. This sect master is currently in seclusion, so I might need to entertain fellow Yi first. Yi Chen revealed a look of displeasure. This time he had come here to find out from the Fleeting Cloud sect master how he knew about him. Now, the Fleeting Cloud sect master did not want to meet him. If he had known this, he might not have left the Clear Mist sect. Fellow Yi, don't be angry. How about I take you to the Elder's Hall and meet the Venerable Elder of our Fleeting Cloud sect? The Venerable Elder is quite interesting. Please. Yi Chen knew that since he was here, it was not practical to go back. The key was to find out how the Fleeting Cloud sect knew about his whereabouts. Yi Chen followed Feng Qing into the Fleeting Cloud sect. Within the peak, there was another grotto heaven. This must be a grotto heaven built by the peak. There were pavilions, mountains, rivers, and everything else. It was very strange. Many people from the Fleeting Cloud sect were curious when they saw Feng Qing bringing a young man in. Who is this person? He's so young, yet he's being personally led by Elder Feng Qing. It's very unusual. Look, he seems to be walking toward the Elder's Hall. Could it be that this person is qualified to meet the elders? This is amazing. Many people followed, wanting to see what was so special about this person. However, they could not see anything from his appearance. According to their cultivation base, it was almost impossible to see through Yi Chen's disguise. It's just a brat. I'm afraid you've been fooled by him. At this moment, a person walked over. Everyone turned around and greeted him as senior brother. This person was Lu Su, an elite outer disciple of the Fleeting Cloud sect. Senior brother Lu, since you're so confident, why don't you challenge this person? That's right, senior brother Lu. This person was recommended by Elder Feng Qing. It's obvious that his strength is extraordinary. As long as you can defeat him, you'll be valued by the inner elders. Won't you rise to the top? Senior brother Lu, you're the face of our outer disciples. You can't back down. Hearing what everyone said, Lu Su nodded slightly. He had wanted to enter the inner sect many times, but was always rejected. This might be a good opportunity to make a name for himself. As long as he entered the inner sect, he believed that relying on his talent to rise to the top was not a fantasy. All right, junior brother, junior sister, follow me. In order to be in the limelight, this time Lu Su wanted to show his talent before Feng Qing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, Lu Su quickly arrived before Feng Qing and Yi Chen. Lu Su, what are you doing? Seeing Lu Su's arrival, Feng Qing was a little displeased. Lu Su had wanted to enter the inner sect many times, but because of Feng Qing, he did not even get to meet the other elders. Of course, this was not because Feng Qing did it on purpose. It was because Lu Su's talent and strength were really not enough, and he was also very arrogant. These were not qualities that Feng Qing liked. Elder Feng Qing, why are you bringing this person to the Elders' Hall? Feng Qing's brows were slightly cold. He did not expect Lu Su to dare to question his behavior. Lu Su, don't make trouble out of nothing. You have no right to speak in front of me. Elder, please calm down. This person is still young. How can he be qualified to meet the inner elders? I think, Elder Feng Qing, you're biased, aren't you? What did you say? Feng Qing was furious. This person was so arrogant, saying that he was biased in front of so many people. If this matter were to spread, his reputation in the Fleeting Cloud sect would be greatly affected. If he did not teach this person a lesson today, how could he convince the others? He locked his angry eyes on Lu Su and was about to attack. Hey! Suddenly a hand stopped him. It was Yi Qin. Fellow Yi, this person is rude. Why don't you let me teach him a lesson? Elder Feng Qing, since this matter started because of me, I think it's better for me to settle it. Yi Qin could see that Lu Su was clearly coming for him. Stopping Feng Qing was just an excuse to target him. Feng Qing nodded slightly. With Yi Chen's cultivation base, it was too easy to deal with Lu Su. It was just the right time to avenge him. I didn't expect you to come to me. Lu Su sneered, revealing a vicious expression. Chapter 2048. All right, senior brother Lu Su. Teach this brat a lesson. Who does he think he is to behave atrociously in the Fleeting Cloud sect? Teach him a lesson. This time, we outer disciples are counting on you. Senior brother Lu, help us regain our dignity. Seeing that Yi Qin accepted Lu Su's challenge, the crowd was very excited. They were all waiting for a good show. To them, Yi Chen's cultivation base was only at Mahayana, while Lu Su was a sixth tribulation bodiless immortal. It should be very easy to deal with him. Everyone's silence. At that moment, Lu Su asked the crowd to be quiet. He turned to look at Feng Qing, seemingly ignoring Yi Qin. What do you want now? Feng Qing asked impatiently. Elder Feng Qing, do you dare to make a bet with me? What bet? If I defeat this person, you'll bring me to the Elders' Hall to meet the inner elders. Ha ha ha. Feng Qing laughed. He thought to himself, Lu Su, you're really brave. Subsequently, Feng Qing said no problem. As long as you defeat Yi Qin, I'll bring you to the Elders' Hall to meet the many inner elders. I'll even help you get one of the elders to take you as a disciple. Are you serious? Ha ha ha. How can I, Feng Qing, lie? All right, Elder Feng Qing, thank you for your help. Ha ha ha, this time, I, Lu Su, will represent the outer sect to win glory. Lu Su was overjoyed. He finally had the chance to enter the inner sect and even had the opportunity to become an inner elder's disciple. This was a blessing that outer disciples could not obtain in 100 years. He did not expect to get it today. Truly, one could wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without even looking for it. Meanwhile, the outer sect disciples who followed Lu Su here all revealed looks of envy. How could they have imagined that Elder Feng Qing would really promise Lu Su so many benefits? If they had known, many of them would have challenged Yi Qin without Lu Su's help. Many people shouted, damn it, I should have done it. Looking at the crowd's excitement, Feng Qing said, if that's the case, let's go to the arena. He pointed in the direction of the training field in the distance. All right, the crowd cheered. The more formal it was, the more glory the outer disciples would feel. Of course, the prerequisite was that they won this match. No one thought Lu Su would lose. Thud, thud, thud. The group arrived at the battlefield quickly. Yi Qin and Lu Su went up the stage one after another. Brat, I'll let you have 3 moves first. Don't say that I'm bullying you. Lu Su looked at Yi Qin with a smile. However, he was confident that it was just a fake smile. He was showing extreme contempt for Yi Qin. The outer court disciples below roared with laughter when they heard this. Senior brother Lu Su, you can even give him 18 moves. Yes, this kid is dead for sure. You dare to make an enemy of our Sky Cloud Martial School's disciple? You're seeking death. Usually, these outer disciples could not find anyone to vent their anger on and were suppressed by the inner disciples. This time, an outsider had come to the sect, so it was time for them to vent their anger. Every disciple had a sinister and vicious expression on their faces. They all wanted Yi Chen dead. Yi Chen smirked when faced with such a jackal, wolf, tiger, and leopard. Initially, he only wanted to teach this challenger a lesson, but now he did not plan to hold back. Let me have 3 moves. Huh, how about I let you have 3 moves? Just when everyone was waiting for Yi Chen's response, the crowd gasped as soon as he said that. Ha ha ha! Countless disciples laughed. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would still want to fight back when he was about to die? Brat, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Do you want to die? Trash! How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Say your last words and then die. You. Lu Su was completely enraged. He did not expect Yi Chen to be so arrogant. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought that Yi Chen would kneel and beg for mercy, but the scene before him showed that he had been suppressed by Yi Chen in terms of words and was at a disadvantage. Be *starred, you want to die. Lu Su flew out and went straight for Yi Chen. Tiger claw, wolf howl. Roar. With the howl of the wolf, the surrounding space rapidly changed, and a sinister aura swept through the entire place. It was Lu Su's killing move, and it was a very sinister killing move. Although this kind of divinity was fierce, ordinary inner disciples would not use it. Senior brother Lu Su is really angry. This kind of killing move will definitely kill him. This Yi Chen really doesn't know what's good for him. He deserves to die. Everyone revealed ferocious expressions, waiting for Yi Chen's death. At this moment, on the battle ring, Yi Chen suddenly disappeared. In the midst of everyone's confusion, they realized that Yi Chen had already appeared behind Lu Su. One of Lu Su's most powerful killing moves had missed. Many disciples were confused. How is this possible? Senior brother Lu Su's killing move never misses. It's impossible for it to miss. What's wrong with this kid? It's strange. How did he disappear just now? No one knew what Yi Chen had done. Even Lu Su, who was Yi Chen's enemy, did not know how Yi Chen had disappeared. Meanwhile, Feng Qing smirked slightly. The movement divinity that Yi Chen had used earlier was the one that he had used to break through the flowing clouds formation, the 9th heaven use steps. Even a peak bodiless immortal might not be able to master such an exquisite movement divinity, let alone a mid-stage bodiless immortal like Lu Su. D****. Lu Su was furious. No matter the reason, his killing move had been dodged. It was a great humiliation. After all, he was a 6th tribulation bodiless immortal, while Yi Chen was only a Mahayana cultivator. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. It was natural that he would win, but if he could not hit Yi Chen, he would lose face. Kill him, kill him! As expected, everyone thought that Lu Su had lost face for the outer sect, so they shouted to kill Yi Chen. Facing such a situation, Yi Chen still stood where he was without moving. Go to hell! Lu Su felt the pressure from the surrounding disciples. He did not dare to hold back, so he used his killing move again. This time, Lu Su even used his movement divinity to support his attack. He wanted Yi Chen dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His tiger claws were sharp as he attacked in a frenzy. The immortal power in the surrounding space surged. An entire stage fell into a frenzy. The ground cracked, and countless rocks flew into the air. Everyone retreated, many of them trembling with fear. However, Yi Chen managed to dodge every single attack accurately without missing a beat. Impossible, impossible! Lu Su gradually felt uneasy. The person before him only had a Mahayana cultivation base. How could he dodge so many of his killing moves? Clang! Just when Lu Su was thinking, Yi Chen suddenly stopped. Huh. Lu Su was shocked. 3 moves have passed. Are you ready to die? What? At this moment, the crowd finally understood that Yi Chen had been avoiding Lu Su's attacks earlier because he wanted to let Lu Su have 3 attacks. Lu Su had wanted to let Yi Chen have 3 attacks, but now Yi Chen had let him have 3 attacks. No matter who won this battle, Lu Su's reputation had been completely ruined. I'm going to tear you apart. The humiliation in Lu Su's heart exploded. He had lost his rationality. Chapter 2049. Kill. Lu Su did not hold back this time. He completely unleashed his true strength as an itinerant immortal. As his immortal power expanded, his tiger claws turned metallic. He was ready to take Yi Chen's life on the spot. Not only could he make a name for himself, but he could also embarrass Feng Qing at the same time. After all, he was the one who brought Yi Chen into the Flowing Cloud sect. Immortal power surged as he activated his immortal method. Lu Su's eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged at Yi Chen aggressively. Idiot! Faced with such a simple brute force attack. So what if his opponent was an itinerant immortal? Yi Chen was not afraid at all. Demon's Eye. His eyes flashed with demonic light. Suddenly, the power of the underworld was activated. A beam of divine light rushed into Lu Su's eyes, and the scene before him changed completely. In the process of charging, Lu Su saw the realm of hell. It was extremely terrifying. Among them, countless demons were baring their fangs at him. Hellfire was like a torrent, devouring his soul, body, and flesh. The pain was unbearable and unimaginable. He was about to sink into oblivion. No, he roared angrily, completely losing his composure. Before Yi Chen, he was just a dog. Kneel! Yi Chen shouted coldly. Lu Su, who was about to take his life, felt his legs go limp and he knelt on the ground. Everyone was shocked, not knowing what was happening. At this moment, the ground around them shook and the mountains collapsed. In the midst of everyone's shock, the space around the battle platform had already fallen into chaos. They looked at the battle platform and saw Lu Su kneeling before Yi Chen. His eyes were blank like a puppet. Lu Su, how dare you be arrogant before me? This is your fate. After saying that, Yi Chen turned around and left. Everyone was shocked. Lu Su had failed. However, just when they thought that everything would return to normal after Yi Chen left, suddenly, Lu Su roared angrily. His eyes were extremely blank, and then he chopped at his neck with his hand. Slash! Kacha! With the sound of flesh and blood splattering everywhere and bones shattering, he had chopped off his own head. Everyone was stunned. They had no idea what was happening. Lu Su was a powerful itinerant immortal. Why would he commit suicide like that? He was a person with a lofty goal. He had long since decided to enter the inner sanctum and find an elder to take as his master. Even if he failed, he shouldn't commit suicide. No one knew. Of course, Lu Su did not want to commit suicide. However, under the control of the demon's eye, even an itinerant immortal's martial will would collapse. He could not resist Yi Chen's god of the underworld summoning. He fell into the illusion completely and died in madness. Although Yi Chen's victory was within his expectations, Lu Su's death still shocked Feng Qing. He did not expect Yi Chen to kill an itinerant immortal so easily and even make him commit suicide. This kid is too terrifying. Feng Qing could not help but comment on Yi Chen secretly. Fellow Taoist Yi, please. Yi Chen left gracefully and followed Feng Qing to the elder's palace. The remaining outer sect disciples who were panicking looked at Lu Su's corpse, especially the head that rolled on the ground. Everyone was terrified. They were all wondering if Yi Qin would take their lives, since he was so powerful. However, they did not know that ants like them would not even spare them a glance as long as they did not block Yi Chen's path. The Elder's Palace was located on a high peak in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Halfway up the peak, there was a huge sword-shaped building. Below the sword-shaped building was a huge hall. This was the Elder's Palace. Please. Yi Chen nodded slightly and strode toward the Elder's Palace. At this moment, the door slowly opened. Instantly, waves of powerful sword chi attacked. This sword chi contained high-level immortal power. Seventh Tribulation, itinerant immortal. Yi Chen instantly sensed the source of this power. It was a seventh tribulation, itinerant immortal. Faced with such a brutal sword chi, Yi Chen closed his eyes slightly. Subsequently, he suddenly exhaled. Rumble. This aura instantly collided with the menacing sword chi. The power of both sides exploded in the void and eliminated each other. Feng Qing turned pale with fright. He was getting more and more confused about the person before him. It was already very shocking that Yi Chen could easily kill Lu Su. Now, facing a seventh tribulation itinerant immortal elder, Yi Chen could deal with it easily. This kind of divine power had surpassed that of a celestial. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Yi Chen walked into the hall and saw 3 people sitting there. One of them looked at Yi Chen coldly. Yi Chen sensed the energy in his body and knew that this was the person who released the sword chi. The sword chi of a seventh tribulation itinerant immortal was not even worth mentioning before Yi Chen. This scene made him feel extremely humiliated. Fellow Yi, please. At this moment, an elder sitting in the center said to Yi Chen with a smile. Yes. Yi Chen nodded slightly and sat on the throne. Everyone, are you the elders of the Flowing Cloud Sect's Elder's Palace? Yi Chen asked. How rude. Do you know that the first elder is very polite to you? At this moment, the person who released the sword chi shouted coldly. Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold as he looked at that person. An invisible divine light entered that person's eyes. He was a seventh tribulation bodiless immortal. So losing his composure like this was even more humiliating than having his sword chi vanquished. Upon seeing this, the first elder was very displeased. It was not because of Yi Chen's divine light, but because the first elder had lost his composure. He represented the dignity of the Fleeting Cloud sect. Back off. Great elder, it's me. Scram! The great elder shouted angrily. Yes, the elder could only walk out of the hall. Feng Qing stepped forward and said, First elder, Yi Chen has been brought here. Along the way, Yi Chen's talent is completely in line with our previous understanding. In fact, he's even better than us. I'm impressed by his strength. Feng Qing, you've done very well. It's your credit that you were able to bring fellow Yi here. You may leave now. Yes. Feng Qing bowed slightly and walked out of the hall. At that moment, Yi Chen was facing the 2 elders alone in the main hall. The strength of these 2 people was clearly above Feng Qing and the elder who released the sword chi. One of them was an 8th tribulation bodiless immortal, while the first elder was a peak 9th tribulation bodiless immortal. Even so, Yi Chen could see the problem. He thought, Feng Qing said to let me meet the venerable elder. Could this first elder before me be the venerable elder? Yi Chen sized up the first elder before him. Although this person was shrewd and had a profound cultivation base, Yi Chen did not look like a top powerhouse. Yi Chen judged that this person was not the venerable elder. Chapter 2050. Let's get straight to the point. How did you know of my existence? Yi Chen asked the 2 elders directly. The elder below, looked at the first elder with a slightly awkward expression. He did not expect Yi Chen to be so direct and ask such a question. Fellow Yi, why are you so concerned about this matter? I invited you here. Ha, did you invite me here? Even in the face of the first elder, Yi Chen spoke coldly. This caused the two of them to feel somewhat awkward at the same time. They were also quite shocked. It was very rare for Yi Chen to have such courage at such a young age. He dared to be so imposing in front of them. They had seen countless geniuses in their lives, but this was the first time they had seen someone like Yi Chen. Fellow Yi, what do you mean by that? The first elder asked. Fellow Yi, although you're a genius, you still have to respect the first elder. He's the ruler of the elders' hall. The elder below said coldly, Ruler, I want to see the venerable elder. What does this have to do with the first elder? You. The first elder's brows furrowed as he released his immortal power. Rumble. Suddenly, the air exploded and the heat hit Yi Chen. Oh! Yi Chen sneered slightly. A beam of divine power shot out from between his brows, instantly destroying the energy before him and countering the first elder. Ah! The first elder trembled and raised both palms to resist the attack. This exchange allowed the first elder to sense the strength of the person in front of him. The sword qi released by the elder who had been chased away earlier had been easily neutralized. Now, it seemed to be the most reasonable explanation because the first elder had already sensed that Yi Chen's strength was not inferior to his. With such strength at the Mahayana stage, you have the right to be arrogant. Cut the crap. Where's the venerable elder? Ha! It's not that easy to meet the venerable elder. The first elder's tone changed as if he wanted to pressure Yi Chen. What test do you have? Why would I be afraid? I'm not happy to beat around the bush. Be careful, or I'll tear your flowing cloud sect apart. Ah! Yi Chen's arrogance surprised the two again. How could they have thought that a Mahayana kid would dare to speak like this in front of two high-level itinerant immortals? If this was known, where would their dignity be? Fortunately, there were only the two of them here, so they felt slightly better. All right, I'll bring you to see the Supreme Elder. Go. Yi Chen had to figure out how they knew about his existence as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be too passive. Therefore, forceful methods were necessary. The first elder led Yi Chen through the main hall and into a secret passage. Within this secret passage, there were all sorts of patterns. Fellow Taoist Yi, do you recognize these patterns? Yi Chen knew that this person wanted to test his formation, cultivation base. He casually glanced at the wall and continued forward. Fellow Taoist Yi, could it be that you don't recognize these patterns? Seeing what Yi Chen was doing, the man knew that Yi Chen was clearly trying to avoid the topic and escape. Otherwise, with just a glance, it would have been impossible for him to remember the exact appearance of those patterns. That was because, while those patterns looked simple and ordinary, they were in fact the exquisite creation of the Supreme Elder. They were high-grade immortal runes that only a half-step true immortal could inscribe. What do you want me to say about such a low-grade rune? The first elder was dumbfounded on the spot. This was the work of the venerable elder whom he had always respected. In fact, it was the venerable elder's exquisite work of art. However, it had become a low-level rune in Yi Chen's eyes. This made the first elder very unhappy. Fellow Taoist Yi, I understand that young people are arrogant, but don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer. First elder, don't you believe what I said? Believe? What do you want me to believe from the words of a madman? The first elder revealed a very disdainful expression. He deliberately wanted to embarrass Yi Chen. All right, in that case, I'll show you these patterns. Sure. The first elder stopped in his tracks and pointed to a very complicated pattern. Within this pattern, there were thousands of immortal runes. He thought that as long as Yi Chen could see 10 of them, he would be impressive. That's it. Don't underestimate these patterns. There are countless immortal runes contained within. Even I can only see 300 of them. If you can see 10 of them, I'll let you continue forward. 10. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed maniacally. The majestic power shook the entire secret passageway corridor. Even the stone walls shook. The first elder was shocked once again. This kind of majestic inner energy was too powerful. However, so what if his foundation was strong? If he did not understand runes, he did not understand them. Please. Yi Chen did not look at the pattern at all. Instead, he waved his hand and released nether divine power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following that, he opened the demon's eye. The nether divine power that he had released earlier wandered over the pattern. In the blink of an eye, the nether divine power reflected and carried countless information into Yi Chen's demon's eye. Just when the first elder still did not know what was happening, Yi Chen had already analyzed all the rune characteristics of the pattern in front of him. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Chen walked forward. Sigh, fellow Yi, you've lost the bet. Why are you so flustered and exasperated? Looking at Yi Chen moving forward quickly, he thought that he was going to go back on his words. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the nether divine light suddenly appeared in front of the first elder and evolved into a light screen. On this nether divine light screen, countless runes appeared. There were more than 1,000 types. Among them, there were at least 3,600 types of runes. They were like strange characters, engraved on a light screen, vivid and lifelike. This. Seeing this scene, the first elder was completely shocked. The person before him was simply a god. How can he have such a profound cultivation base at such a young age? He can even analyze so many runes without looking. Is he still human? The first elder felt ashamed of his inferiority. How would he dare to complain to Yi Chen? Thud, thud, thud. He hurriedly followed Yi Chen's footsteps and brought him to the end of the secret passage. There was a stone door here. He chanted an incantation and emitted immortal power toward a rune on the side of the stone door. The rune flickered, and then the stone door slowly opened. The two of them walked out of the stone door and found a different world. Fellow Yi, the venerable elder, is just ahead. All right. Yi Chen looked ahead and saw a vast expanse of whiteness. There was no sign of a person at all. That bunch of old ox-nosed Taoists want to test this emperor? What a joke! Yi Chen's patience had run out. He did not care about these cliches anymore and flew up. Fellow Yi, what are you doing? Seeing Yi Chen's actions, the first elder asked in shock. However, Yi Chen did not respond. Subsequently, a divine sword appeared in his hand. It was the Heavenly Emperor sword. Could it be? The first elder did not dare to think any further. Chapter 2051. Yi Chen leaped into the air. The Heavenly Emperor sword in his hand flickered as sword gleam shook the world. Sword Qi soared into the sky and shocked the surroundings. Heavenly Monarch's decree. Earth sword reversal. With a loud bang, the sword slashed out, instantly causing the space to tremble and the terrain to change. Fellow Yi, don't be impulsive. The first elder turned pale with fright. He had a premonition that something big was going to happen. Sure enough, Yi Chen had already made a move. It was clear that this was the result of many probing attempts. Kill! A huge explosion rang out, and the entire mountain fell into chaos. The earth trembled, and dust filled the air. The mist from before had completely disappeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Ha ha ha! Great elder! It seems like you need to rebuild this place. Fellow Taoist Yi, don't joke around. Is that enough? Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes turned cold and a gleam appeared in his eyes again. What? The great elder was completely stunned. He wanted to stop it, but it was impossible now. Triple light slash. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Chen slashed 3 times consecutively. Chaos was shattered and the entire mountain peak was about to collapse. At this time, rumble. A loud thud was heard as a majestic palm force came from the peak. It covered the sky and suppressed Yi Chen's triple/sword chi. Ha ha ha, you finally showed yourself? Yi Chen flew down. That was his goal, which was to force the Supreme Elder who was hiding behind the scenes to show himself. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, a stone door opened, and a person with white hair and a youthful complexion walked out. Amazing! Amazing! You're actually able to force me to make a move. As expected of fellow Yi. When this person walked out of the stone door, he did not reprimand Yi Chen for tearing down his house. Instead, he praised Yi Chen. This behavior puzzled Yi Chen. You are the Supreme Elder. That's right. Ha! Let's cut the crap and answer my question. Fellow Yi, if you want to know the answer to that question, then follow me. The Venerable Elder made an inviting gesture, and Yi Chen followed him into the stone room within the peak. In the stone room, there were tables, chairs, and benches. There was even a pot of tea on the stone table, as if waiting for the arrival of guests. The three of them sat down together. The Venerable Elder poured tea for Yi Chen personally. He was very respectful. The first elder at the side looked very ashamed. Fellow Taoist Yi, we were only able to get to know you because we received instructions from above. Above again? Who's above you? Yi Chen was rather speechless. These people did not answer his question at all. Instead, they threw out new questions. Ha, fellow Yi. Although we are humans, we are their subordinates on the Nether Prison continent. Nether Prison. Yi Chen closed his eyes slightly and used his divine telekinesis to wander around this continent. He wanted to find out where the Nether Purgatory was. The Venerable Elder and the First Elder did not know what Yi Chen was doing. Once they found out, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. Yi Chen was able to roam the entire continent with his divine telekinesis. No one could have such a powerful mind energy. The reason why Yi Chen was able to do this was because of his shocking mind power. At the same time, it was also because of the Demon Eye's incredible power. In the northeast region of the mainland, he had indeed detected powerful netherworld energy. Furthermore, this netherworld energy was mixed with the shadow of netherworld divine power. It was obvious that someone in this faction had some kind of connection with the netherworld god Hall. Fellow Taoist Yi, the Supreme Elder cautiously called out. Yi Chen opened his eyes and looked at them. I understand about the Nether Prison. Understand? This time, it was the two of them who were confused. They did not know how Yi Chen could understand just by closing his eyes. Do you know about the evil spirits? Of course. Fellow Yi personally killed the evil spirit, Holy Envoy, and caused a great stir in our Nether Prison. We are impressed. Yes, fellow Yi, your name is known by everyone in the Nether Prison continent. The two elders said at the same time with a smile. All right, I think you should quickly think of a way to deal with the evil spirits. Although the Holy Envoy was killed this time, they will definitely not let this go. We all understand this. The evil spirits are the most vicious scourge in this continent. The Nether Prison has already given orders for us to be more vigilant. This time, we brought fellow Yi here according to the Nether Prison's instructions. Whose instructions? One of the Nether Prison's 7 great guardians, Huamoliai. Naturally, Yi Chen did not know this person. However, since he was one of the 7 great guardians, he must have received instructions from the upper echelons. Yi Chen thought about it and felt that since he had provoked the evil spirits this time, they would definitely not let him go. In that case, going to the Nether Prison and fighting the evil spirits with them was a good choice. It would also be helpful for him to find the temple. Don't worry, I can go to the Nether Prison and tell them about your contributions. Then we will kill the evil spirits together. Ha, fellow Yi is indeed a broad-minded person. On behalf of the Flowing Cloud sect, we thank you. The two of them stood up and bowed to Yi Chen. Get up. I need some bright stones for cultivation. This time, it depends on your performance. Don't worry, we understand that. The venerable elder gave the first elder a look. The latter nodded slightly and went to prepare the bright stones. The so-called bright stones were materials used for cultivation in the nether realm. They were similar to the spirit stones of the human world. But these bright stones contained all kinds of energy. There were even supreme-grade bright stones that contained nether divine power. It depended on whether the user could develop it. The two of them drank tea. After a while, the first elder came over with a ring. It was a storage ring. "Fellow Yi, these are the bright stones for you. They are all supreme grade and guaranteed to be able to absorb nether divine power. Of course, this depends on your own ability." My ability? Yi Qin took the storage ring and sneered slightly. "Fellow Yi, the amount of bright stones inside is enough for you to cultivate for 3 months. It's enough," the first elder said proudly. "Really enough?" "Of course. Even a peak itinerant immortal would need to absorb these bright stones for a month. Fellow Yi is now at the Mahayana stage. Logically speaking, you should need to absorb and refine them for 3 years. I'm already being very generous by saying 3 months." Suddenly, the atmosphere around them became strange. The venerable elder and the first elder looked at Yi Qin as if wanting to see what he thought of their idea. Or perhaps they wanted to see what ability Yi Qin had to absorb the bright stones in front of him. Swoosh! Yi Qin directly threw the ring into the air in front of the two of them. "Fellow Yi, what's this?" The two of them were puzzled. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ring floated in midair. Then, Yi Qin released the 8 gates heavenly disc. "Open the door." The 8 gates heavenly disc evolved into the door of opening. Suddenly, a violent vortex gradually formed inside the door of opening. This vortex was none other than the giant mouth of the space-time raging dragon. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of the primordial beast, the two of them were shaken. Then the ring shattered in the air and countless bright stones scattered in the air. Chapter 2052. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The luminous stones floated in the air, emitting a rainbow glow. This glow represented that these luminous stones contained powerful underworld energy, and a few of them even had underworld divine power. The higher the grade of the luminous stones, the more wasted they were by ordinary cultivators because they could not absorb the essence of the power within. Only genius cultivators could detect, sense, and absorb this power. The first elder wanted to see if Yi Qin had the talent of a genius. In midair, these bright stones automatically formed an image that looked like an array formation. This image was not formed randomly. Yi Qin had used the 8 gates godly disc to form the most suitable formation for absorption and refinement. The position of each luminous stone was very particular. Even the 2 grand elders did not understand what it meant. Fellow Yi, will such a trick work? Seeing Yi Qin's actions, the first elder thought that he was deliberately showing off his abilities to win the admiration of the 2. However, they were all experienced cultivators. Faced with such methods, they only felt that Yi Qin was playing to the gallery. The first elder is right. Fellow Yi, don't tell me you can't even absorb these luminous stones? The grand elder followed up. His words were not completely sarcastic. According to their experience, even itinerant immortals could not completely absorb these luminous stones, let alone a Mahayana stage like Yi Qin. However, they had chosen the wrong target. Just watch. Yi Qin sneered and released the power of the 8 gates godly disc. The huge vortex began to absorb the luminous stone energy in the air. Due to the previous formation, the power of the luminous stones automatically entered the formation under the powerful suction of the Fury Dragon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the support of the formation, the veins were clear. The luminous stone energy was endless, madly entering the formation and then being absorbed by the vortex. The Grand Elder and the First Elder turned pale with fright. Even if they absorbed these luminous stones, they could not be so fast. Yi Qin was still accelerating. Roar! Accompanied by a furious roar, the power of the outer layer of the luminous stones was absorbed. This speed was indescribable. It was a miracle. Following that, something even more terrifying happened because they saw signs of underworld divine power. "This can't be real, right?" the first elder whispered. "Are you blind?" The supreme elder angrily rebuked. The great elder didn't dare to make a sound. "This is too exaggerated. Not only is he a genius, but he is also a super invincible genius." The venerable elder was about to go crazy. Even the sect leader of the Fleeting Cloud sect could not compare to Yi Chen's talent. It was like comparing a fluorescent light to a bright moon. Boom! At this moment, Ming Shi underwent a shocking change. The underworld deity power had really appeared. Both of them looked at the bright stones at the same time and observed Yi Chen. This was because the nether divine power was the most profound energy in the underworld realm. Only figures of the underworld, purgatory, and above could control it, even in the Fleeting Cloud sect. Only the venerable elder and sect leader could absorb a little bit of the nether divine power. However, what they saw was an unprecedented scene. The vigorous nether divine power automatically rushed out from the bright stones and merged into Yi Chen's 8 gates divine disk. What is this?" The two grand elders immediately went crazy. The nether divine power that they had been yearning for had become so easy for Yi Chen. Z. At this moment, the demon's eye reappeared between Yi Chen's brows. Immediately, the nether divine power was summoned by the demon's eye and surged into it. This was the first time the venerable elder and the first elder had seen such a method of absorbing the nether divine power. However, they did not have such an ability. This was the effect of the demon's eye. Ordinary itinerant immortals needed to absorb the bright stone energy for a year and could not absorb it. Now, with the demon's eye, Yi Chen had done it all in half an hour. Moreover, the efficiency was extremely high, and he could even absorb the nether divine power. This result was something the venerable elder and the first elder could not imagine even if they racked their brains. At this moment, the two of them looked at Yi Chen and seemed to understand why the people of the underworld purgatory valued Yi Chen so much. This kind of talent was simply nature-defying. "Fellow Yi, how do you feel?" Very good." After absorbing the bright stone energy, Yi Chen felt that his foundation had soared and reached the peak of the Mahayana stage. "Since the matter here has been resolved, venerable elder, I want to go to the underworld purgatory immediately." "Why the rush?" "The matter of dealing with the evil spirits cannot be delayed." "All right then." The two of them did not want Yi Chen to leave so quickly. "Fellow Yi, please put in a good word for our Flowing Cloud sect in front of the lords of the underworld purgatory. We dare not forget your kindness. Don't worry, you've treated us well." "I will." Thank you. The two elders bowed and thanked Yi Chen. Following that, the venerable elder and the first elder brought all the Flowing Cloud sect disciples to the square. "Everyone, today is the day that fellow Yi leaves. All of us have to pay our respects and respectfully send the senior off." "Senior?" Hearing the first elder use this term, everyone was shocked. Was Yi Chen not a disciple who had just arrived at the Flowing Cloud sect? Why did even the first elder have to call him senior? Was there any justice in this world? In an instant, there was a lot of discussion. No one knew what was going on. According to past practice, the Flowing Cloud sect would only gather all the disciples when there was a particularly important matter. This time it was just to send Yi Chen off. What's wrong with this kid? He's so high profile just because he defeated Lu Su from the outer sect? No way. This person only brought Feng Qing into the sect. Isn't this too exaggerated? Could it be that he has some amazing background? Everyone was discussing, but no one could give an answer. Silence. Hearing the discussion, the first elder scolded angrily. Yes, everyone did not dare to say anything else. They just watched Yi Chen walk on the stage. Ha ha ha, it's okay if you don't know. This fellow Yi is someone valued by the Nether Purgatory. It's our honor to have him come to our Flowing Cloud sect. It's our honor. His strength is far above all of you. Even we are not his match. It's okay to call him senior. At this time, the Venerable Elder also came up to explain. This time, everyone was really speechless. Even the Venerable Elder was not Yi Chen's match. To be honest, no one in the Flowing Cloud sect believed this. They could only believe that Yi Chen's background was too powerful. Therefore, even the Venerable Elder did not dare to slight him. Is he really that powerful? Suddenly, a cultivator stood up and locked his cold eyes on Yi Chen. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the inner disciple Lu Yunche. Lu Yunche, don't be rude, the first elder scolded. However, Lu Yunche had no intention of retreating. Instead, he continued to provoke. First elder, you guys are exaggerating. This person's cultivation base is only at the Mahayana stage. I don't think he has the right to be arrogant. That means you have the right. Yi Chen asked. Of course. Lu Yunche's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Chapter 2053. Everyone looked at Yi Chen with a mocking expression. Lu Yunche was a peak itinerant immortal. His cultivation base was far above Lu Su's. When the inner disciples found out about Lu Su, they all thought that he lost to Yi Chen because he was too stupid. Therefore, many elite disciples were dissatisfied with Yi Chen. This time, the Venerable Elder and the First Elder called Yi Chen Senior. This was a severe slap to the face of the elite disciples. As the representative of the elite disciples, Lu Yunche was naturally dissatisfied. As for the other disciples, regardless of whether they were elite disciples or ordinary disciples, they found it unbelievable that Yi Chen, who had just entered the Flowing Cloud sect for less than a day, was able to receive such preferential treatment from the First Elder and the Venerable Elder. No one believed in his abilities. Seeing this scene, the Venerable Elder felt embarrassed. Senior Yi, this is all because of our Flowing Cloud sect's poor teaching. Please don't be angry, the Venerable Elder said. Venerable Elder, since you're not good at teaching, let me teach him a lesson myself. How about that? This, the Venerable Elder and the First Elder's faces contorted. They knew of Yi Chen's strength and that Lu Yunche was no match for him at all. However, now that Lu Yunche had publicly challenged Yi Chen, if Yi Chen did not respond, it would be as if he was avoiding the challenge. Naturally, this would greatly affect Yi Chen's reputation. They all understood that Yi Chen would not let Lu Yunche go. Yi Chen shouted coldly when he noticed the duo's hesitation. All right, we'll do as Senior Yi says. The two elders could only shake their heads. They could not save Lu Yunche. Whether it was Yi Chen's ability or background, they could not do anything to him. Hearing this, Lu Yunche was overjoyed. Although he did not understand why the First Elder and the Venerable Elder were so afraid of Yi Chen, he would kill Yi Chen in front of everyone and let them see that this brat's ability was not worthy at all. Good. Seeing that Lu Yunche's challenge of Yi Chen was approved by the elders, everyone was very excited. Instantly, the sound of drums on the training field was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless Flowing Cloud sect disciples came to the square, waiting to watch a battle of life and death. They knew very well that Lu Yunche was a petty person. Seeing Yi Chen receive such preferential treatment, he would not tolerate it. He wanted to eliminate the problem at its roots. What they didn't know was who was the grass and who was the sickle. The two of them flew to the fighting ring. Lu Yunche sneered at Yi Chen with a look of disdain. A mere Mahayana cultivator dares to behave atrociously in my Flowing Cloud sect? You should know that with your level, you're not even comparable to a cleaner in my sect. Ha. Yi Chen did not respond to Lu Yunche's words. Instead, he laughed maniacally. What are you laughing at? I shouldn't have fought with trash like you, but you have insulted my sky Cloud Martial School's name. This time, I will make you die without a burial. Are you done with your nonsense? What? If you're done, then die. Damn it. Lu Yunche was enraged and he instantly attacked. A powerful divine ability accompanied by vigorous immortal energy rushed toward Yi Qin. He wanted to kill Yi Chen with a single strike, not giving Yi Chen any room to escape. Although Yi Chen's strength was lacking, he had been valued by the First Elder and the Venerable Elder. Lu Yunche was a smart man. He would not give Yi Chen a chance to escape to the two of them. Once that happened, he would not be able to kill Yi Chen on the spot. Many Flowing Cloud sect disciples knew Lu Yunche's character very well, so they were naturally aware of his behavior. In the fighting ring, it seemed like Lu Yunche was enraged by Yi Chen, but in reality, Yi Chen had triggered Lu Yunche's killing intent. He hoped to use his anger to kill Yi Chen directly to reduce his own responsibility. Yi Chen is dead this time. How dare he offend Lu Yunche? That's right, since he was valued by the Venerable Elder and the First Elder. Even if he lost, he could escape from the fighting ring and not die. However, this time, Lu Yunche did not give him any chance to live. He's just an idiot. If he dies, so be it. Everyone was waiting for Yi Chen's death, and they did not care about this outcome at all. Even the lowly outer sect disciples, those who were really the cleaners, looked down on Yi Chen because his strength was too weak. Kill! Lu Yunche slashed with his palm. Instantly, his powerful immortal energy turned into an incomparably sharp hand blade. Sigh. At this moment, the Venerable Elder and the First Elder looked regretful and sighed. Although Lu Yunche was a little proud, he was still a genius disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. It was a pity that he died here. However, the Flowing Cloud sect disciples did not understand. They thought that the Venerable Elder and the First Elder felt sorry for Yi Chen and thought that Yi Chen would die like them. Clang! Just when everyone thought that there were no surprises, Lu Yunche's fatal hand blade was blocked. Moreover, the blade was stopped by Yi Chen's 2 fingers. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Immortal force continuously emitted a buzzing sound. No matter how hard Lu Yunche swung his hand, the energy could not harm Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen even revealed a faint smile. It was as if he was an adult blocking an attack from a 3-year-old. This! Everyone was shocked. Almost no one had expected that the peak itinerant immortal genius cultivator, Lu Yunche, would be countered by Yi Chen in the first move. Moreover, Yi Chen did not even use much energy. Many people would never have imagined such a scene in their entire lives, but it was the truth. Many people began to rub their eyes. They thought that they were dreaming. This was not an exaggeration, but they really thought that they were in a dream. However, after rubbing their eyes many times, this was the reality they saw. Lu Yunche, is this all you've got? Yi Chen asked with a cold smile. Impossible. Lu Yunche's rage was boundless. The vital energy and blood in his body surged, and the immortal energy in his meridians flowed wildly. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain or a ferocious wolf pouncing on Yi Chen. Ah! He roared angrily, and the desperate divine power exploded in the air. Flowing blood cloud palm. No. The Venerable Elder and the First Elder shouted for him to stop, but it was useless. This move was easily countered by Yi Chen and even humiliated. This time, Lu Yunche had really lost his mind. He disregarded his foundation and forcefully activated the forbidden divine power just to kill Yi Chen. Oh! Facing the sky full of blood and destructive immortal energy, the entire space was in danger. Yi Chen only glanced at the sky, slightly, not at all surprised. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Lu Yunche's strength was so powerful that even an itinerant immortal would be killed on the spot. Yet, how confident did Yi Chen have to be so casual? Countless cultivators felt the explosive, destructive power of Lu Yunche and retreated one after another. Many cultivators even felt fear in their hearts and could not look directly at the scene before them. Chapter 2054. Yi Chen smirked as he looked at Lu Yunche in the sky. Lu Yunche, I'll teach you a lesson today. Yi Chen, you must die today. Bring it on. Yi Chen closed his eyes, completely ignoring Lu Yunche. Ah! Everyone's jaws dropped. Who would be so careless when facing an opponent's killer move? Ah! Lu Yunche went berserk, howling like a wild beast. Ever since he was born, he had always been surrounded by people. He had never been humiliated like this before. This was the greatest humiliation in his life, and he wanted revenge. He wanted to completely crush this person in front of him. However, he had underestimated his fate. Something even more humiliating was about to happen. Kill. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Rumble. As Lu Yunche unleashed the blood-colored cloud palm, the entire sky fell into endless chaos. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was a sign of slaughter, the prelude to death. The terrifying aura turned into a vengeful spirit that devoured everyone's mind. Many mid-level itinerant immortals knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. This was the powerful killing power of the blood-colored cloud palm. In the flowing cloud sect, even peak itinerant immortals would not dare to cultivate such a palm technique. Only Lu Yunche had broken the taboo and cultivated this sure kill ability. Everyone knew very well that using such an ability would consume a lot of energy. It would even consume one's vitality and weaken one's luck. However, Lu Yunche did not care about anything today in order to kill Yi Chen. Slash! The blood-colored blade descended like the sky. Everyone retreated 3 kilometers, not daring to get close to the platform to watch the battle. Such an action was undoubtedly courting death. Sigh. The venerable elder and the first elder both looked uncomfortable. They knew very well that if Lu Yunche did not use such a killer move, they might be able to save his life. However, nothing could be changed now. Lu Yunche had completely angered Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen roared furiously. On the platform, he looked up at the sky and the descending blood-colored ability. He stood like a statue, not dodging at all. This time, everyone's mind was completely shattered. Was he committing suicide or had he lost the will to fight back? However, Yi Chen had caught Lu Yunche's palm energy with just 2 fingers. He did not look like such a weak person. What exactly was he trying to do? No one knew how terrifying the next scene would be. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Behead. Lu Yunche had hoped that the more Yi Chen resisted, the more excited he would be and the more honor he would feel. However, his desire to kill Yi Chen was too strong, and he had already given up on his own honor. He wanted to kill Yi Chen. Therefore, regardless of whether Yi Chen resisted or not, he would kill him. Boom! The gigantic, blood-colored saber gleam slashed down with a loud rumble. This time, even the venerable elder and the first elder did not know what Yi Chen was going to do. Why did he not even take the stance of the person who had unleashed the divine power? Clang! ZZZ! The gigantic, blood-colored saber first landed directly on Yi Chen's head. Meanwhile, the person under the saber had his hands behind his back and was using his head to take the attack. He used his head to take on such a sure-kill forbidden divine ability? The venerable elder and the first elder were completely dumbfounded. Even they did not dare to take on such a forbidden divine ability directly because such a divine ability would completely melt even a body of steel. Die. To ensure that Yi Chen would die a quick death, Lu Yunche infused his vital energy into the saber. ZZZ. However, the saber could not cut through Yi Chen's head. It was as if it had encountered an unbreakable force and was in a stalemate. What is this? Impossible, impossible. Lu Yunche could clearly see that the saber could not cut through Yi Chen's head. This scene was even more terrifying than seeing a scene from hell. How strong did Yi Chen's body have to be to be able to take on Lu Yunche's sure-kill divine ability without regard for the taboo. However, with a cold shout, Yi Chen's eyes emitted dark lightning. In an instant, the blood-colored saber shattered in the air. Pangu's shadow appeared behind Yi Chen. Holy light illuminated the world, and the golden body was indestructible. Boom! The aura of the holy light shook 3,000 people. Everyone, including the Venerable Elder and the First Elder, were shocked by this supreme divine might and knelt on the ground. This is a god. Yi Chen is a god. Someone could not stop shouting like a madman. Kacha! 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 The saber shattered in the air, and the backlash hit Lu Yunche. Uft! Lu Yunche's body was hit by the backlash. All the meridians in his body were shattered, and his bones were broken. He fell from the sky. Thud! With a dull thud, Lu Yunche fell to the ground like a dead dog. You want to go against heaven with such abilities? Lu Yunche, you're overconfident. Yi Chen walked toward Lu Yunche slowly like a god, looking at an ant. You. Lu Yunche looked at Yi Chen with the last of his strength. It was difficult for him to even speak. Blood kept seeping out of his mouth. His organs were severely injured and his meridians were shattered. He looked like a cripple. I heard that I can't even compare to the janitor of your flowing cloud sect. Don't you dare humiliate this genius. I'd rather die than submit. Rather die than submit? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed maniacally. Kill. He struck out with his palm and went straight for Lu Yunche. The two elders revealed a horrified expression. Meanwhile, Lu Yunche was so scared that he wet his pants. Everyone shook their heads when they saw this scene. They did not expect Lu Yunche to rather die than submit to be like this. The Flowing Cloud sect had completely lost face. Rumble! Everyone thought that Lu Yunche was dead for sure. However, when they looked at the battlefield, they realized that Lu Yunche was still alive. However, his face was twisted. Clearly, he was scared out of his wits. Senior Yi, please have mercy. The Venerable Elder and the First Elder came over to plead. It's fine if you don't kill trash like him, but you have to promise me something. What is it? Senior Yi, please tell us. He's already a cripple. Let him sweep for the rest of his life. Everyone was extremely shocked. Yi Chen gave Lu Yunche a chance to live that was worse than death. Lu Yunche's chest tightened and he fainted. Venerable Elder, First Elder, did you hear my orders? Yes. We will remember Senior Ye's orders and dare not disobey him at all. Subsequently, the Venerable Elder sent someone to carry Lu Yunche away. Senior Yi is magnanimous. We are impressed. All the powerhouses and disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect knelt down and worshipped Yi Chen. Remember today's lesson. Yes, we will remember. Yi Chen turned around and left. The Venerable Elder and the First Elder followed him. When they arrived above the clouds, the Venerable Elder and the First Elder walked to Yi Chen with a map. Senior Yi, this is a map to the Nether Purgatory. Please. All right. Yi Chen took the map and flew away. Chapter 2055. According to the map of the Nether Purgatory and his own senses, Yi Chen passed through many realms and entered a realm full of blood and darkness. Here, his sense of the Nether Purgatory suddenly disappeared, which was very strange. According to the map, it was also in this direction, so he did not go the wrong way. There must be some other problems. The deeper he went into this realm, the stranger Yi Chen felt. Everything here seemed to be completely different from the realm he had passed before. This phenomenon made him vigilant. Although the environment here looks natural, there are many traces of human activity. Interesting. Yi Chen sneered and continued to move forward. After walking for a day, he saw a high mountain in front of him. At the foot of the mountain, there was a small town. Seeing that small town, Yi Chun came to the edge of the town. He saw that the town was full of people from the underworld. Some of them were drinking in taverns, some are forging weapons in blacksmiths, some are chatting, and some are performing on the streets. It was a peaceful place. However, such a place was wrapped in a bloody realm. Wasn't it too strange? However, since it appeared in front of him, Yi Chun must walk through it. Da-da-da. Yi Chun easily came to the main road of the town, and across the road was a tavern. "Sir, this way, please. You seem to have come from afar. Why don't you come to my small shop to have some snacks and drink to quench your thirst?" A man who looked like a waiter ran over and said to Yi Chun with a smile, "That's a good idea." Yi Chun followed the waiter into the shop and sat in front of a table by the window. At this moment, seeing Yi Chun enter the shop, many people turned to look at him. Many people smiled, but it was a fake smile. At first glance, one could tell that they were not good people. Yi Chun ignored them and waited for a while like an ordinary customer, looking at the scenery outside the window. In fact, there was no scenery outside the window. It was completely a bloody mist. "Ha ha ha, this customer is very calm." "Yes, is he a master?" "Who knows, he he he." Many strong men who were drinking began to tease Yi Chun. Everyone's eyes were filled with a sinister look. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary store. Yi Chun could see many details at a glance. This store was newly built. A spell had been used to make the surrounding soil look old. But in Yi Chun's eyes it was all very clear. Moreover, Yi Chun could already smell a familiar aura from these people. This aura reminded him of the massacre back then. "Sir, the wine and dishes you ordered are here." The waiter walked over with a plate of beast meat and a pot of wine. He was very enthusiastic, but how could Yi Chun hide the coldness in his eyes behind the enthusiasm? "Put it here." "All right, please." The waiter put down the dishes and stood to the side. "Go and do your work." "Hee, I'm not in a hurry." "You are an esteemed guest. I want to serve you alone." "Really?" "Ha ha ha." Yi Chun laughed out loud and poured himself a glass of wine. The waiter stared at Yi Chun as if he really wanted him to drink as soon as possible. Yi Chun scoffed inwardly. "These idiots." He picked up the glass, sniffed it in front of his nose, and smiled. "Waiter, what kind of wine is this?" "This is a top-notch netherworld wine. After drinking it, not only will your body be healthy and everything you eat will taste good, but it can also improve your cultivation base to the next level." Netherworld wine. "Huh, it doesn't sound very auspicious." "Of course not." "Sir, this is the underworld realm, right?" "That's right, well said." Yi Chun picked up the glass and drank the wine, revealing a satisfied expression. The young man revealed a sinister smile at the same time. The other strong men who were sitting were smiling at Yi Chun at the same time. Yi Chun felt his eyes go blank. Subsequently, he saw double images of the people before him. "Ah, ha ha ha. Why do all of you have clones?" "Sir, you must be drunk, ha ha." "Is that so? Can a glass of wine get me drunk?" Yi Chun stood up and pointed at them while laughing. The strong men stood up one after another and looked at Yi Chun. "It can't be. Is this the Yi Chun who killed the Holy Messenger? Although he's drugged with a secret evil spirit medicine, rumor has it that this person has a high cultivation base. It can't be like this, right? Huh, who cares? Whoever dares to touch our people will die." "Kacha, kacha, kacha." Everyone flipped the table and took out their evil weapons, pointing them at Yi Chun. "Ha ha ha." Yi Chun was still swaying at the moment, as if he was really drunk. Uft. Following that, he spat a mouthful of blood. The cultivators all smirked. "Ha ha ha. Elder Shangwan's poison is really powerful. This time we'll kill him completely." Everyone surrounded Yi Chun, wanting to attack. Uft, uft, uft. At that moment, they suddenly realized that the blood Yi Chun spat under their feet was making a sizzling sound. "What's going on?" Many cultivators looked under their feet and realized that the blood was starting to corrode the floor. Subsequently, the entire space shook. Following that, the floor shattered and turned into dust. What they saw was a bottomless abyss under their feet. What's going on? What's going on? All the powerhouses were shocked. They looked at Yi Chen again, and were surprised to find that Yi Chen did not show any signs of being poisoned. There was not even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was looking at them coldly. Impossible, you're not poisoned? You clearly drank the poisoned wine. This poison was developed by Elder Shangguan. Anyone who comes into contact with it will die. Many powerhouses looked at Yi Chen in astonishment. They had no idea what was going on. You want to affect me with this bit of poison? What a joke! With a loud bang, Yi Chen's body emitted golden light. It was the ancient god's body. The golden body was indestructible. Even 100 times more poison would be ineffective. All the poison was absorbed by Yi Chen and was released. The dark space under everyone's feet gradually closed. Not only did these cultivators not poison Yi Chen, but they were even poisoned themselves and fell into despair. Evil spirit, why aren't you showing yourself? Yi Chen roared. His voice shook thousands of miles, and the entire town collapsed instantly. The people who were playing various roles in the town were shaken by Yi Chen's energy and revealed their true forms. You know everything. The waiter looked at Yi Chen fiercely. It seems like you're their leader. Show yourself. Yi Chen spat a sword energy out of his mouth and charged at the evil spirit. The evil spirit was shocked when it sensed the boundless killing intent. It flew up and revealed its true form. It was an evil spirit with a wolf's head and a human body. Chapter 2056. It's just a small trick. You're too weak to perform in front of me. Yi Chen stood alone in the void and responded forcefully in the face of the evil spirit's attacks. Yi Chen, you're too arrogant. We've sent out 3 squads this time. This lineup is only used to deal with peak itinerant immortals. Do you think you have a chance of escaping? The wolf-head evil spirit said with a sneer. Trash, you're about to die and you still can't see the situation clearly. Are you guys trying to kill me? As soon as he finished speaking, the void shook violently. The abyss was like the mouth of a devil, about to devour many evil spirits. The evil spirits, who were very arrogant before, now fell into a state of panic. They gathered together, wanting to fight Yi Chen with their collective strength. At this moment, the wolf-head evil spirit bared its teeth and looked at the prey in front of it. Not only did it not poison the other party, but it was even set up by the target. It did not expect such a situation. Hee. Even if that's the case, you might have forgotten something. Oh, what is it? It's this bloody fog town. So what? I'm meticulous in everything I do. This bloody fog town looks like a small town, but it's actually a bloody fog formation designed by me and many experts. After saying that, the wolf-head evil spirit's eyes emitted a dark light. Immediately, the blood fog in the entire space condensed. Following that, waves of blood fog turned into 7 evil powers and gathered into various totems, sealing the 7 stars above Yi Chen's head. Oh, ha, I thought it would be boring, but it's finally interesting this time. Facing the bloody fog formation, Yi Chen smirked slightly. It was easy for him to kill these trash, but with this formation, perhaps the game would become more interesting. Do you still think that everything is under your control? Do you still think that you can survive in this game? Do you still think that you're really strong? The wolf-head evil spirit was furious and gave the other evil spirits a look. Immediately, the surrounding evil spirits all moved, releasing their evil weapons and levitating into the air to absorb the power of the 7 evil powers. The leaders of the formation were the 7 experts of the evil spirit assassin group, and they all locked onto Yi Chen. The wolf-head evil spirit was the leader. He stood not far in front of Yi Chen, and the wolf-bone saber in his hand was still oozing blood. It was extremely terrifying, as if he had just killed someone. Kill! Roar, roar, roar! Many evil spirits flew out with evil weapons imbued with evil energy in their hands, wanting to kill Yi Qin in one fell swoop. Zzz. Just as they flew up and were about to slash at Yi Qin, time and space suddenly froze. Many evil spirit cultivators froze in midair, just like that. Even their expressions were stunned. This scene caused the wolf-head evil spirit to turn pale with fright. How could it have imagined that Yi Chen's strength was so powerful and his divine abilities were strange and unpredictable? He did not even have the ability to speak. He stood before Yi Chen like a statue. Yi Chen walked over slowly. He lifted his finger slightly as he looked at the statue that had a horrified expression on its face. Clang! He lightly tapped the space between the wolf-head evil spirit's eyebrows. Immediately, a crisp sound rang out. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the space between the wolf-head evil spirit's eyebrows split open. Like a real statue, it collapsed and turned into dust. Many evil spirits should have screamed at the sight of such a terrifying scene, but they were restricted by the ancient god space, and they couldn't even move their eyes. They could only watch helplessly as the wolf-head evil spirit turned into dust and fell to the ground. They were powerless. A bunch of trash dares to block this emperor's path? All of you can die. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Suddenly, space distorted, and all the evil spirits were like statues that had been hit by a heavy hammer. They shattered one after another and vanished into thin air. Subsequently, Yi Chen went straight forward. The entire blood mist formation could not stop his footsteps at all. It was as if he was walking on clouds. Even the blood mist in front of him became a snack of the space wrath and was completely devoured. 9 transformations of the true spirit. Yi Chen directly transformed into the wolf-head evil spirit and rushed forward. Relying on his evil power, Yi Chen sensed that there were still evil spirit experts in a secret cave thousands of miles away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Yi Chen activated the space rule and leaped forward. Soon, he arrived outside the evil spirit secret cave. When he killed the wolf-head evil spirit, he had already used the soul extraction tactic to retrieve all of its memories. Walking outside the secret cave, Yi Chen threw out a jade pendant. It was the evil spirit jade pendant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The jade pendant and a mark at the entrance of the cave reflected each other, and the door of the evil spirit secret cave slowly opened. You're back. How's Yi Chen? A voice came from inside the secret cave. Although this person is strong in the blood mist formation, coupled with Elder Shangguan's poisonous wine, he'll definitely die. You killed him with your own hands? Of course, this is his head, Yi Chen said as he threw out a head. This head was modified by Yi Chen using his own blood. Ordinary people could not see through it at all. Ha ha ha, very good. In the darkness, a person walked out. It was also a wolf-head evil spirit, and this person was closely related to the evil spirit that Yi Chen was disguised as. Big brother, are you still worried about me? You did well, little brother. It turned out that the wolf-head evil spirit in the secret cave was the older brother of the wolf-head evil spirit who carried out the assassination plan. The younger brother's name was Ka Ba, and the older brother's name was Baka. Ka Ba, this time, I'll take credit for you in front of Elder Shangguan. Thank you, big brother. This time, our family will definitely rise. That's for sure. Your assassination skills are getting better. I hope to bring you back to our headquarters in the Nether Purgatory to meet Elder Shangguan. That's great. I've been wanting to meet the Elder for a long time. I want to let him know what I'm capable of. Don't worry, I'll bring you there tomorrow. Thank you, big brother. The two nodded at each other and then rested in the secret cave. That night, Yi Chen carefully read through Ka Ba's various memories, familiarizing himself with this person's position among the evil spirits, as well as all the information he knew about the evil spirits. In this way, Yi Chen could be said to know himself as well as his enemy. Kaba's position among the evil spirits was not high. One could even say that he was a very low-level existence. This was because among the evil spirits, only those who did not have enough talent or were born into an extremely low position would become an assassin. The Kaba that Yi Chen impersonated was very talented, but he was born into a low position. Therefore, he hoped to rely on his own efforts to achieve success, so that his family could raise their heads among the evil spirits. The next morning, Kaba woke Yi Chen up. "Kaba, let's go." "Yes, big brother." Yi Chen nodded slightly. This time he wanted to see for himself how the evil spirits operated in the nether purgatory. The two walked out of the secret cave. Kaba released a spirit boat, and the two jumped on it and flew out. Chapter 2057. Under Baka's control, Yi Chen and Baka arrived at a secret place on the spirit boat. This area was surrounded by countless ring-shaped mountains. Countless towering ancient trees formed a natural barrier that blocked entry. Moreover, these ancient trees were infused with some kind of evil energy. This energy made the ancient trees look natural from the outside, but in reality it was futile to try to read the information within. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The spirit boat stopped outside the ring-shaped mountains. Then Baka released his evil energy toward the ring-shaped mountains. Following that, the ring-shaped mountains reflected the evil energy. When the two met, a portal appeared in the ring-shaped mountains. Whoosh! The spirit boat suddenly accelerated and flew into the ring-shaped mountains. Entering the ring-shaped mountains, Yi Chen's horizons were broadened. This was a small kingdom. There were all kinds of tall buildings, training grounds, and various cultivation grounds. There were even various tribes, allowing the different tribes of the evil spirit tribe to live here. This was only the headquarters in the underworld purgatory. Yi Chen did not know how many there were in the underworld realm. This showed that the evil spirit tribe's strength had infiltrated every region of the underworld realm. It was extremely difficult to eradicate them. In the square, many evil spirit warriors were constantly fighting. Yi Chen saw that these battles were not training, but real battles. There were many casualties. This was the training method of the evil spirit tribe, real life and death battles. It was not difficult to understand that when Yi Chen was planning to eradicate the evil spirit saint, these evil spirit warriors were fierce in a life and death battle. The spirit boat landed on a huge rock. Then Baka brought Yi Chen into a hall. "Walk faster." "Yes, big brother." Yi Chen looked around. All kinds of information turned into images and were stored in his mind, ready to be used at any time. After entering the hall, Yi Chen followed behind Baka and walked toward the holy road ahead. On this road, Yi Chen could feel powerful evil energy spreading like a giant python. The two of them were walking on the back of this giant python. If the giant python rolled over, it would swallow them. This feeling was extremely strong. Yi Chen looked down, and in the demon's eye he saw twisting bodies. Interesting. Seeing such a scene, ordinary people would be scared to death. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, it was just an interesting thing to do while walking. At the end of the holy road, there was a throne. On it sat an extremely strange evil spirit. This person was wearing a long black robe and had 2 antlers on his head. He was currently reading a scripture. "Elder Shangguan, we brothers are here to report our work." Bakar stepped forward and bowed. Elder Shangguan nodded slightly and continued to read the scripture. The two of them could only stand on the spot. Bakar was fine with it, but Yi Chen could not stand it. Was a heavenly emperor going to be this old man's servant? "Elder Shangguan, we brothers are here to report to you." Yi Chen shouted, "Crack!" Bakar was shocked when he heard that. He never thought that his brother would do something so outrageous. The one in front of him was Elder Shangguan, an important apothecary of the Dark Spirit clan. He had the power to execute Dark Spirit warriors at will, and it was a great honor for the two of them to stand here. He did not expect Bakar to shout at him. "Oh, Elder Shangguan turned to look at Ka Ba when he heard the voice. All of a sudden, an invisible pressure bit toward Yi Chen like a venomous snake. That aura was about to devour Yi Chen and crush his soul completely. Even a peak itinerant immortal would go crazy on the spot under such a psyche attack and kowtow 10,000 times. However, when the force approached Yi Chen, it suddenly disappeared. Yes, the extremely powerful psychic energy disappeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Bakar did not even know what happened. Elder Shangguan looked at Ka Ba and revealed a strange smile. "What's your name? You have great potential." "My name is Bakar, an evil spirit warrior and an envoy." "Ha ha ha, very good, very good." An ordinary person would have been a dead body after receiving the attack, but this evil spirit warrior had withstood it. This surprised Elder Shangguan. At the same time, he was very happy that he finally had a talent that he could use. "You may leave." "Elder Shangguan, my brother, it's just a moment. I said leave." "Ah, yes." Bakar looked at Bakar, helplessly. He knew very well that those who challenged Elder Shangguan's authority, no matter what rank they were, whether they were evil spirit generals, evil spirit warriors, or even ordinary envoys, would die here. "Brother, big brother, it's fine. You may leave now." Sigh. Bakar had no choice but to leave the hall. He thought that Bakar would die. However, he did not know that Elder Shangguan had already given Yi Chen an important task. "Bakar, how did you resist my psychic energy attack?" "What psychic energy attack? Elder Shangguan, are you kidding me?" "Huh." Yi Chen's words stunned Elder Shangguan. He had never thought that there would be such a strange creature among the evil spirits. In the world of evil spirits, no one could treat a highly respected elder like this. Elder Shangguan was also an apothecary and had a high status among the evil spirits. However, this young man before him had a frivolous attitude. This surprised Elder Shangguan and made him curious at the same time. He was even more curious about how Yi Chen had resisted the attack and survived. This was a very important question. However, Yi Chen's response was as if nothing had happened. This made Elder Shangguan frown as he locked his eyes on Yi Chen. He stood up and threw the scripture in his hand away. His attention was completely on Yi Chen. "What kind of person are you? How is that possible?" He still could not figure out how Yi Chen had resisted the psychic energy attack. He had to figure it out. Otherwise, he would not be interested in doing anything else. He took a good look at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's true spirit 9 transformation and evil energy surrounded him. Even Elder Shangguan could not tell anything. He had perfectly replicated Bakar's memories and abilities. However, in terms of personality, he was completely different from Bakar. Even if he risked being exposed, Yi Chen would not do anything that would hurt his dignity. Ha ha ha, think about it. What happened just now? Elder Shangguan, I don't want to repeat myself. Nothing happened just now. Elder Shangguan's eyes turned cold when he heard such a response. He released his powerful psychic energy again to test Yi Chen. To be continued. Chapter 2058. The powerful mind power was like a venomous python opening its bloody mouth. It was released toward Yi Chen's eyes. This was the most impactful part. Elder Shangguan wanted to see how the kid before him did it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The powerful impact frantically invaded Yi Chen's mind, trying to break through his mental defense. However, Yi Chen seemed unaffected. He stood before Elder Shangguan with a puzzled expression, as if asking, "What are you doing, old man?" Elder Shangguan was shocked. His mind power was a famous killing weapon, but it was useless before Yi Chen. How was that possible? He could not understand what he was seeing, but he could not see what method Yi Chen had used to resolve the mind power. He had to think of another way. Otherwise, there would be no solution. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? He can't accept my mind power, and this flaw is protecting him? As someone who had lived in the Jianghu for thousands of years, Elder Shangguan naturally had strong judgment. This was the best explanation he could come up with. With Yi Chen's cultivation base and foundation, it was impossible for him to resist his psychic attack. In his eyes, Yi Chen was a peak itinerant immortal. However, if he knew that Yi Chen was only a Mahayana, his jaw would drop. It was not that Yi Chen had a problem with his head and did not accept his mind power. It was because these mind power were no problem against ordinary peak itinerant immortals, but they were nothing against the demon eye. These energies had been absorbed by the demon eye and devoured by the origin of darkness. Then they were refined in the ancient god space, becoming nourishment for Yi Chen's mind power cultivation. The best way to cultivate mind power was to extract various mind power attacks in this universe, then analyze and refine them to make one's mind as solid as gold. Ordinary people did not have such a cultivation environment. However, Yi Chen's body had gathered all kinds of powerful energies. There were demonic energy, ancient god power, immortal power, evil energy, and even various psionic powers. These energies circulated in Yi Chen's body in a complicated manner and could easily produce powerful chaotic impacts. Ordinary people would have gone mad, but Yi Chen had been suffering tremendous mental pain until he entered the ancient god cosmic sea and found the celestial star to cultivate the celestial soul cultivation method. The first sky soul refining technique was one of the strongest soul refining techniques of the ancient gods. It could refine almost all kinds of spiritual energy in this world. This was the most basic cultivation technique for cultivating spiritual energy. In the end, Elder Shangguan failed to figure out Yi Chen's secret. He could only assume that Yi Chen's unique physique happened to offset the spiritual impact. Kaba, I've decided to keep you by my side as my apprentice. What do you think? That's great. Thank you, Elder Shangguan. Yi Chen knew that this was his chance. If he became this old man's apprentice, not only could he continue to study the various spells and martial arts of the evil spirits, but he could also raise his status and become a popular figure in the Nether Prison headquarters. Why not? Ha ha ha. You're a lot smarter this time. I've read a scripture over here. Study it carefully. It'll be useful. Thank you, Elder. Yi Chen took the scripture book that Elder Shangguan was studying earlier. He was slightly shocked when he read the content on the scripture tree. The scripture looked simple, and there was nothing special about it. However, the content was about mind control. What was the elder trying to do by letting him read such a scripture? Yi Chen flipped through a few pages quickly. The content that he saw was even more mysterious and cruel. Kaba, I'm going to create a type of mind control ability. You'll be my best helper. I'm at your service. That's great. Remember, study the content that I've marked for you. It's the key to becoming my helper. Yes. This imperial token is a symbol of your identity. Take it. I'll send you a large amount of cultivation resources as a reward. Thank you, Elder. Yi Chen bowed slightly and left with the scripture book. When he walked out of the door, he saw Kaba discussing with a group of evil spirit powerhouses. They looked helpless, and many were comforting Kaba. Yi Chen understood that they thought he was dead for sure. Big brother, Kaba. Seeing Kaba walking out, Bakar was stunned once again. Anyone who dared to challenge Elder Shangguan's authority would never walk out of the Elder's palace alive. Any evil spirit would understand this principle. However, the person in front of him was his little brother, Kaba. What was going on? Did the Elder make an exception? There was no reason for this. TSK. Seeing Kaba walk out of the Elder's hall, many dark spirit combatants looked at him with disdain. They thought that it was Kaba's trick to make fun of them because they knew very well what would happen if they angered the Elder. Yi Chen walked out of the Elder's hall, which meant that he did not anger the Elder. He might even be rewarded by the Elder because no one could stay alone with the Elder for such a long time unless the Elder valued them. Listen to me, I'm telling the truth. Don't spout nonsense. We're not in the mood to listen. That's right, Bakar, you piece of trash. You should go back and work as a laborer. Yes. Ha ha ha. The few dark spirit combatants began to mock and curse at Bakar. Yichen looked at them coldly. After all, he was Bakar's younger brother. He had to do something like this. You idiots! Do you know what you're doing? Yi Chen flew to the path that the few people were about to take. He looked at them coldly with a murderous aura. TSK, do you really think you're someone important? I'm giving you face. Although you brothers are messengers, you're the lowest level messengers. You're just a piece of trash who reports from the battlefield. You want to be so arrogant in front of us? You better kneel and apologize to me right now. Otherwise, you'll be killed. The few combatants were all peak bodiless immortals. It was obvious that some of them were close to becoming a true immortal, so they were very disdainful of the Kaba brothers. However, they had found the wrong target. No matter who they were, there was only one consequence for provoking the Heavenly Emperor, death. That's right. Kneel and apologize to me right now. Otherwise, you'll be killed. The same words came back to them. A murderous aura appeared on the combatants' faces. At the same time, they frowned and locked their eyes on Yichen. Clearly, they were completely enraged. Don't fight. Kaba, come back here. Scram, you bastard. Seeing that Bakar wanted to stop them, one of the combatants kicked him away. To be continued. Chapter 2059. You're courting death. That powerhouse stared at Yichen coldly. Clearly, he wanted to kill him. After all, the Kaba brother status in this place was actually quite low. They were not much different from slaves and low-level warriors. Therefore, as long as they were warriors, they could order them around. Now, this powerhouse valued this. Then, when he saw Kaba walking out of the Elders' Hall, he was a little jealous, so he wanted to take revenge. Kaba wanted to stop Yichen. How could it be possible? Who was Yichen? Facing a group of ants. How could he tolerate it? Ha ha ha, Kaba. It seems like your brother doesn't understand the cruelty of war. Let's teach him a lesson and let him understand that, in this place, you're just two dogs. Ha ha ha. That's right. Two dogs want to climb up to Elder Shangguan. What a joke. Kill them. Many powerhouses laughed out loud. Their words were fierce and murderous. They wanted the Kaba brothers to kneel and admit their mistakes. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel and admit your mistakes immediately. Kowtow 10,000 times, and I'll give you a chance to make a contribution. Ants, how dare you go against the heavens? Yichen's eyes emitted a cold light. In an instant, a powerful aura swept through the entire place. One look was enough to kill. Slash. However, there was a slicing sound as the sword energy pierced through the throat. The powerhouse, who had been the loudest, froze. What's going on? Crooked. The other powerhouses did not know what had happened to that powerhouse and tried to wake him up. However, it was useless. That powerhouse's body stood stiffly without any response. Many evil spirits realized that something was wrong and went up to check. An evil spirit powerhouse used his hand to lightly pat that powerhouse's face. Gulialu. Following that, with a crisp sound, a round object fell to the ground. Everyone looked over and saw that it was that powerhouse's head. Ah! Everyone trembled and looked at Yichen. However, they did not think that it could be Yichen who did it. He did not have this ability. The Kaba brothers' cultivation base was definitely not something to be proud of here. Therefore, they could only do the work of gathering information, which was why they were looked down upon by these people. Now that they said that Yichen had killed that powerhouse without anyone noticing, who would believe it? Kaba did not believe it either. He hurried to Kaba's side and whispered, I don't know how this person died. Let's go. Leave? Big brother, aren't you too submissive? Kaba, don't try to be brave. Us two brothers can survive here. We can't make enemies. Ha ha ha, making enemies? Do you think these ants are worthy of being my enemies? Ridiculous. Yi Chan walked forward ignoring Bakar, who was trying to stop him. Sigh. Baka had no choice but to pray that nothing would happen to Kaba. At this moment, the other combatants locked their eyes on Yi Chen. They did not know how that person had died, but they thought that Yi Chen had angered some kind of curse. Kaba, you cursed him to death. Ha ha ha, you want to pin a crime on me, right? Forget it, you idiots can't find a good reason anyway. Why don't I tell you that I killed this person? You killed him? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again, and they all revealed looks of disdain. Kaba, it's not that we look down on you. But even if there were 100 of you, you wouldn't be a match for him. Yes, but this person died in front of you. So you have to take responsibility. So you have to pay with your life. A bunch of idiots. Since you want to see it clearly, I'll show you in slow motion. Yi Chen slowly raised his fingers and pointed his sword at a powerhouse. Ha ha ha, what is this brat doing? Does he think he can kill me with a few fingers? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and looked at the two of them. Rumble. Suddenly heaven and earth shook. There was no sun nor light, and everything was dark and chaotic. What's going on? While everyone was shocked, they saw powerful evil energy appear on Yi Chen's fingers. Sword Chi shot into the sky. This. At this moment, they finally felt Yi Chen's powerful foundation because the sword Chi would not lie. Even a peak bodiless immortal could release the power of the sword Chi. Impossible. Many combatants were in disbelief, including Bakar. He was clearly shocked to see how powerful his brother was. Kaba, who are you? Big brother, don't talk anymore. If these pieces of trash want to die, then kill them all. Yi Chen looked at the dozens of combatants and smirked slightly. Those people were now stunned. They released their powers one after another, wanting to rely on their collective strength to resist Yi Chen. However, it was all in vain. Yi Chen's sword Chi soared into the sky, shocking even ghosts and gods. The demon's eye between his brows flashed, and a soaring force descended with a loud rumble. Rumble! The vast sword shape was like a pillar of heaven and earth. It suddenly descended, and no one could stop it. Following that, the huge sword Chi instantly crushed everything, and the dozens of bodiless, immortal combatants died. Such a huge shock attracted countless combatants to look over. They saw that Kaba had killed so many bodiless, immortal combatants with his own strength. This made them discuss among themselves, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, a person stood on the lighthouse of the Elder's palace. It was Elder Shangguan. This kid is extraordinary indeed. It seems like he hid his strength well. He's indeed a genius among the evil spirits to have such strength. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. In the square, those who had looked down on Kaba and his brothers before were now in awe, especially Yi Chen. Many combatants were so scared that their legs turned to jelly when they saw his eyes. He had killed dozens of bodiless, immortal combatants with a single sword strike. What kind of strength was that? It was not an exaggeration to say that he could become an evil spirit, holy envoy, or even an elder. Kaba is invincible. Kaba is amazing. Yes, Kaba and his brothers are our role models. Those who had followed those combatants and mocked Kaba and his brothers started to clamor. They did not want Kaba to target them. Yi Chen was naturally not interested in these pieces of trash as long as they did not block his way. Big brother, let's go. All right. Baka was dumbfounded. Since when had his younger brother become so powerful? It was completely beyond his imagination. Stop right there. Just when Yi Chen was about to leave with Baka, a cold shout was heard. Oh no! Baka's heart skipped a beat because he could tell that the shout came from one of the 6 commanders of the army's front line, the Demon Slayer. Yi Chen stopped in his tracks and looked to his side from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, a tall man carrying a huge broadsword walked forward. Great, it's Lord Demon Slayer. With him here, we're not afraid. Kill this kid and avenge the army's warriors. Countless mocking voices sounded again, all of them targeting Yi Qin. Thud, thud, thud. With every step he took, the ground shook. The might of the demon slayer swept through the entire place. Chapter 2060. You killed someone from my army, and you want to leave just like that? Hee hee, do you think that's possible? The demon slayer's rough voice sounded like it was ground out. It was very rough, but every word was filled with power. Just his voice alone could send chills down one's spine. Ha! A lion killing a few ants is enough to make you, the leader of the ants, uncomfortable? Are you going to be like them? Yi Qin turned around and sneered as he replied forcefully. Ah! Everyone present was shocked. The person before them was one of the top 10 commanders, the Demon Slayer. He was a half-step true immortal and was completely different from ordinary itinerant immortals. Such a person could kill hundreds or thousands of itinerant immortals with a wave of his hand. Who would have thought that Yi Qin would dare to speak to him like that? Everyone was not the only one who did not expect this. The Demon Slayer did not expect this either. He looked at Yi Qin coldly, wanting to see what was so different about this person that he dared to speak to him like that. Kaba, don't talk nonsense. Apologize now. Baka came over and pulled Yi Qin to apologize to the Demon Slayer. Ha ha ha! Big brother, have you been a servant for too long that you don't know how to behave? Ah! Baka froze on the spot. He did not understand what was wrong with Kaba today. Scram! Leave everything to me. Yi Qin lightly slapped him. Baka's body flew to the side uncontrollably. He could not resist at all. Do you know who I am? The Demon Slayer asked. I know. You're just a weakling. Ha ha ha. The Demon Slayer laughed out loud. He did not expect that he, the Demon Slayer, would be called a weakling by a Mahayana trash. If he did not give an explanation today, he would not be able to stay in the army anymore. Very good. You have such courage. I hope that when you die, you will have the same courage. Yeah, I'll say the same to you. Yi Qin smirked slightly. He looked at the powerful enemy before him and did not care at all. Demon Slash, 7 kills. The Demon Slash's power sword and the entire sky turned dark. Normally, the Demon Slayer would not use such an aura. However, his dignity had been completely offended by Yi Qin today. He could only regain his dignity by unleashing his most powerful attack and unleashing his most powerful aura. Otherwise, he would become the joke of the evil spirit army. Who would have thought that a mere Mahayana realm cultivator would be able to force Lord Demon Slayer to use such an ultimate move? Demon Slayer 7 Murders is Lord Demon Slayer's famous ultimate move. No one can resist it. That's right. Even a pinnacle bodiless immortal would have to bow down to this move, let alone a Mahayana realm cultivator. Lord Demon Slayer is truly enraged this time around. For this kid to die to this move is a blessing. Many evil spirits looked up at the sky, admiring the powerful aura released by Demon Slayer. The darkness energy that filled the sky was like a primordial beast that could devour the sun and moon, slaying everything. Boom! The demon executioner guided the waves of power of annihilation to descend from the sky like a tornado. How is it? Dying under such an imposing aura, are you satisfied? Form but no substance. Useless. However, a sneer was heard. In Yi Qin's eyes, such an imposing manner was merely a useless move in name. Ha ha ha, your mouth is really tough, but I hope that you will still have the strength to speak after a while. Come on. Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back. There was no difference between facing the Demon Slayer and facing the army warriors. This was because these people had suffered the same tragedy before him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Behind him, Yi Qin raised his sword finger slightly, and waves of pure divine power slowly condensed on the sword finger. Ah! Demon Slayer roared angrily, and sword chi took form. The huge dark sword turned into a ferocious tiger that charged down to devour Yi Qin. Evil heavenly dharch, Mortal sword revolution. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed on the battlefield. No one could see what it was, but wherever the light passed, everything returned to nothingness. Rumble. Following that, the incomparably huge dark sword descended, and the battlefield instantly turned into chaos. Everything turned into a bloody mist, and nothing could be seen. Many powerhouses wanted to sense the information within, but under the impact of the extreme energy, they did not have the ability to do so. This battle immediately attracted the attention of many powerhouses. Among them, many super powerhouses in the army command were looking at this battlefield. Impossible. This person is only at the Mahayana stage. How can he be so powerful? Did you see that sword just now? The sword path is treacherous, and its speed is so fast that even peak itinerant immortals can't see it clearly. This person's strength is at least at the perfected immortal level. When did the evil spirit army have such a genius? The three supreme commanders all looked at the battlefield with shocked expressions. They were the three leaders of the evil spirit army. All of them were at the true immortal level. On the battlefield, smoke lingered. Everyone was nervous, wanting to see the result, but when the smoke dispersed, everyone saw the most terrifying result. A person stood alone on the battlefield, dragging a head in his hand. He was like a ghost that had descended to the world, shocking the world. It's Kaba. Kaba really won. He actually killed one of the 6 supreme commanders, Demon Slayer. He's too powerful. Everyone was excited. In the land of evil spirits, the strong were respected, no matter what Kaba's previous identity or status was. He was now the absolute powerhouse in everyone's hearts. Yi Chun threw the head away as if he was throwing away a bag of trash, his expression unchanging. As a heavenly Dharch, who knew how many times he had seen such a scene, how could his mind be shaken? Clatter, clatter, clatter! He walked down the battlefield, but just as he was halfway there, an incomparably powerful true immortal might descended on his head. This pressure was so great that Yi Chen's feet sank 3 feet into the ground. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The ground shattered and energy exploded. Everyone was shocked by this aura. It can't be. Even the supreme powerhouses from the headquarters are here? Someone shouted in disbelief. At this moment, one of the 3 leaders, Jabalin, arrived on the battlefield. Brat, the headquarters is interested in you. Are you willing to come? The headquarters? You can come, but not today. Do you have a choice? No one can stop me wherever I go. You're courting death. Just when Jabalin was about to attack, Yi Chen suddenly raised his left hand high. There was an imperial order in his hand. What? Jabalin frowned slightly when he saw the imperial order. It was the imperial order issued by the great elder of evil spirits, Shangguan. Only his trusted aides could obtain it. What is this? Do you know what this imperial order symbolizes? Get lost. Jabalin was about to explode, but he held it in because the highest position in this headquarters was not the 3 leaders, but Elder Shangguan. Yi Chen scoffed and left the battlefield with Baka. Chapter 2061. Yi Chen became famous after the battle. It was hard for a person who dared to kill the army's commander and humiliate the 3 leaders. This man is too arrogant. How dare he speak to the 3 leaders like that? So what? He's Elder Shangguan's man. Who dares to offend him? No wonder he's so powerful and fearless. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in awe. He was indeed powerful to have such a powerful ability and be valued by Elder Shangguan. After returning to his residence, Bakar looked at Yi Chen in a different light. He did not expect his brother to be so powerful. Bakar, when did you become so powerful? I've always been powerful. That's impossible. I didn't realize you were so powerful before. That's because I'm carrying out Elder Shangguan's secret order. Do you think it's a coincidence that he spared me? I see. Bakar looked like he came to a sudden realization. Clearly Yi Chen had fooled him. A while later, someone came to Yi Qin and arranged his own residence. He had been staying with Bakar before. Brother, no one will bully you anymore. Remember to tell them my name. Sure, sure. Bakar replied loudly. Yi Qin left with the messenger and returned to his residence. It was a quiet place like a villa in the headquarters. It was obvious that Yi Qin's current position was very high. In the headquarters, Jabrin came back angrily. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you? Jabrin, you'll be defeated by this brat. You're going to become a true immortal. You've embarrassed yourself. The other two leaders, Faith and Barank, said with a smile. You two bastards, watch out. Jabalin was shouting at the two of them in a fit of anger. Who is this guy? Why didn't I notice him before? Ha, he's Elder Shangguan's man. Why would you notice him? If it weren't for the demon slayer, I don't think anyone would know that he's so powerful. Forget it. Since he's Elder Shangguan's man, we have no right to question him. However, we still have to watch out for him. I have a feeling that he's not ordinary. The three leaders discussed among themselves. They still had their guards up against Yi Qin. Subsequently, the three of them opened a bottle of wine each. The orders from above have come down. They want us to quickly take over the Nether Prison main road. Fekta's expression turned serious as he spoke. The strongest power in Nether Prison is still Nether Prison. However, if we want to take down Nether Prison, we must take down Flowing Cloud Sect. Hee. The Sky Cloud Martial School is just a small martial school. I don't think we should waste any more time. All right, we're sure. We'll attack within 3 days. Should I inform Elder Shangguan? Humph. This is a direct order from our army headquarters. Do we need to inform him? The three looked at each other and sneered at the same time. In his residence, Yi Qin observed his surroundings and sensed a large amount of dark energy. Why is there so much evil energy in this place? As he walked, he realized that there was a powerful force surging under his feet. Yi Qin could not help but feel suspicious. Is there something wrong with the underground? That was the only answer. Yi Qin activated the demon's eye and instantly saw through the ground. He discovered that there was a vast underground base below. This, upon closer inspection, he found that there were many humans and Nether tribe imprisoned in this underground base. They were all fixed in a huge crystal container. The surrounding evil energy was constantly eroding their bodies and minds. Many people could not resist such erosion, and their eyes changed form as if they were under some kind of control. This is human experimentation. This was a big secret. Yi Qin did not expect that the independent residence that he was brought to was right above this laboratory. Although the laboratory was dozens of kilometers away from the surface, Yi Qin's demons, I was too powerful. He could see it clearly at a glance. These be asterisk stars. How dare they conduct human experiments? I won't let them get what they want. Yi Qin knelt on one knee and placed his hand on the ground. With a cold shout, Yi Qin released the power of the darkness pool and quickly extended it downward. Soon, this power reached the bottom. Yi Qin's body changed form and merged with the darkness pool, directly penetrating the bottom. Clack, clack, clack. In the underground laboratory, many evil spirit warriors were busy moving all kinds of spirit stones. These spirit stones were going to a huge energy-gathering device. Yi Qin smirked when he saw many spirit stones being thrown into the energy-gathering device. So many pure spirit stones are being wasted by you. Why don't you let me do it? Yi Qin flew into the room where the huge energy-gathering device was and observed the device before him. He found that this device was very effective in purifying energy. More importantly, it gathered too much super strong energy in the center. This energy was the core, driving force of the entire experiment. Who is it? Suddenly, a group of evil spirit warriors and experimenters rushed into the device hall and shouted at Yi Qin. The person who killed you. Yi Qin's eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed, and the evil spirit warriors and evil spirit experimenters were beheaded in the air. 9 transformations of the true spirit, psionic illusion. Countless psionic energy was released and surrounded the device hall. Suddenly, everything in front of Yi Qin turned into an illusion. All kinds of evil spirit warriors were still working. The people outside could not see anything unusual at all. In fact, all the evil spirit warriors and evil spirit experimenters had been killed by Yi Qin. Yi Qin flew into the air above the device and released the space-time fury, frantically absorbing the pure evil energy in the device. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The endless evil energy was swallowed by the fury and was refined by the 8 gates disc and the ancient god space. It quickly became Yi Qin's own super-strong energy. The evil energy is really powerful. Yi Qin absorbed all the pure evil energy in the device. Yi Qin felt his evil energy foundation soar. The various energies in his body began to clash with each other. This was inevitable. This energy was enough to tear a peak itinerant immortal's body apart. If not for the ancient god space, Yi Qin would not have been able to withstand it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Various colored lightning appeared all over Yi Qin's body. These lightning were the symbols of the various elemental energies. Yi Qin mobilized the ancient god power in his body and forcibly suppressed the various elemental energies to calm his body. However, he had deeply realized that his foundation had exceeded the tolerance of the heavenly Tao. If he did not go through the ascension immediately, he would definitely suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Go. After absorbing the super-strong evil energy, Yi Qin transformed into the form of one of the evil spirit warriors and walked out. Chapter 2062. After walking out of the installation hall, Yi Qin was stopped within 10 steps. How's the energy gathering device? A tall, dark energy warrior asked Yi Qin. Everything's fine. Yi Qin said with a smile. Go to the test subjects immediately. Yes. Yi Qin nodded slightly and left quickly toward the Real laboratory. It was also the main control laboratory that he saw through the demon eye. Walking into the underground test hall, Yi Qin saw countless crystal coffins embedded in the mountain walls. There were all kinds of pipes on them, constantly supplying all kinds of liquids and dark energy. Many of the crystal coffins contained human cultivators, and many of them even had the seal of the Flowing Cloud sect. Has the dark energy device been activated? One of the evil spirit test subjects asked when they saw Yi Qin coming in. I'm afraid it won't be able to be activated for the rest of my life. What did you say? The evil spirit test subject was furious. He was powerful enough to suppress Yi Qin. Ignorant ant. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Whoosh! Yi Qin's eyes flashed, and the 5 tribulation bodiless immortal test subject exploded. After absorbing many dark energy and transforming into various clones, Yi Qin was very familiar with the energy circulation of the evil spirit bodies. As long as they were not on guard, killing these bodiless immortal evil spirits was a piece of cake. Who are you? How dare you kill an evil spirit test subject? Catch him. He's a spy. Kill. After killing the test subject, Yi Qin's identity was exposed, but there was no need to hide it anymore. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Qin returned to his true form, holding the heavenly emperor sword in his hand. You evil beings, how dare you capture a human cultivator for this experiment? You deserve to die. As he swung the heavenly emperor sword, a huge sword shape appeared in the air like a tower that reached the sky, crashing down. Within the space, energy exploded, dragons and tigers roared, and rocks flew everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. As the sword fell, the space trembled and shattered. God knew how many test subjects died on the spot. Before the heavenly emperor, all things shall perish. The demon eye appeared between Yi Qin's brows again. The power of the darkness pool behind him erupted wildly. It merged with the power of the Serpent Queen and turned into countless poisonous pythons, destroying the surrounding environment. Roar! With the power of the darkness pool, the Serpent Queen transformed into the 8-headed heavenly serpent and released dark nether energy wildly. Z. Wherever the netherworld energy went, not even a blade of grass grew. Everything was destroyed. Ah! Countless evil spirit experimenters screamed. They were the most elite researchers in the Nether Prison headquarters, and they were the evil spirits' most important assets. Today they were all killed by Yi Qin. Ha, destroy them all. With the Heavenly Emperor's sword in hand, Yi Chen slashed through the universe. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi whistled in all directions, and the heavenly snake roared furiously and destroyed everything. Tens of thousands of test subjects were all killed. Such a grand killing light instantly attracted the attention of the army command. Sir, this is bad. A human cultivator has taken over the underground laboratory. What? A human cultivator? How is that possible? Chapelin roared, but he had no time to deal with the dark warrior before him. He dashed towards the underground lab. He was the main person in charge of this experiment. So. Moving in a flash, Jobrin was like a dragon crossing the river. His powerful might was unstoppable. Many dark spirit warriors around him didn't know what was going on and couldn't dodge in time. They were smashed to pieces on the spot, drenched in blood and separated from flesh. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a god of destruction as he completely destroyed the entire laboratory. Not only did the 8-headed heavenly snake absorb all the evil energy, but all the experimental devices were also destroyed by it. At the same time, hundreds of itinerant immortal evil spirit elite guards were killed by Yi Qin. Sizzle. At this moment, evil energy surged and a person descended from the sky. It's Lord Jobrin. This is great. We're saved. Lord Jobrin is here. Kill this man. Everyone, retreat and wait for Lord Jobrin. The remaining hundreds of dark spirit warriors retreated one after another, creating space for Jobrin to descend. Boom, boom, boom. Kacha. Jobrin descended in rage. The ground trembled, and the void was torn apart. The entire environment fell into a violent strangulation. You're the one who destroyed the entire laboratory? Jobrin asked while looking at Yi Chen with bloodshot eyes. Ha, that's me. What do you think? Yi Chen looked at Jobrin and smirked. This person had just been humiliated by him in the square above, and now he came down to die. He would give him a quick death this time. Very well. Today, I'm going to tear you into pieces and devour your heart and lungs. Oh, you're quite ambitious, but you won't have any chance before you die. The corner of Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly as he slowly raised the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand. Kill! Jobrin was extremely furious. He did not hesitate at all as he charged at Yi Chen in a frenzy. Only evil energy surged between heaven and earth. Slash! Yi Chen did not show any mercy. He slashed down and shattered all the evil energy instantly. Clang. The forces of both sides clashed and collided continuously in the sky. The shock waves caused by every collision could kill a loose immortal. With such power, how could the dark spirit warriors dare to approach? They all retreated. Die! Jobrin released his territory. Immediately, an incomparably huge tree of evil energy appeared behind him. Kacha! The tree kept stirring its trunk. Following that, countless branches grew out and rushed at Yi Chen like giant hands. The entire space was surrounded by this evil tree. Many dark spirit warriors did not even have time to retreat. As long as they were controlled by the evil tree, they would all turn into bloody mist and become nourishment for the evil tree. Ha, bastard, you can't escape in my evil tree barrier. You're dead. Is that so? You want to stop me with such a useless move? Who gave you the confidence? Dark lightning flashed in Yi Chen's eyes again, and the Heavenly Emperor sword in his hand turned black at the same time. Evil Heavenly Emperor, darkness surge. Holding the sword with both hands, he stirred the wind and clouds. Suddenly, darkness descended and devoured everything. A huge shock appeared and turned into the mouth of a shocking beast, charging at the huge evil tree. What? Impossible! Jabrin's heart trembled when he saw this. Could it be that Yi Chen wanted to devour his evil tree? That was impossible. He was very sure that no one could do it. Swoosh! The huge dark light turned into a dragon's mouth and charged at the evil tree. Gradually, the dragon's mouth grew larger and larger, covering the entire evil tree like the sky. This. The evil tree was Jabrin's strongest barrier. It was his everything. Once the evil tree was taken, he would become completely useless. Don't even think about it. Jabrin roared. His hands grew sharp claws, and he charged at Yi Chen. Chapter 2063. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed out loud. The pool of darkness behind him turned into countless frenzied, devouring beasts that charged at Jabrin. Ha! Cha Palin turned pale with fright. His rage and madness from before had completely vanished. He could sense the powerful nether god's power from the devour beasts. If there was anyone on this continent that evil spirits feared the most, it would definitely be the nether god's temple. Roar! The 3 devouring beasts turned into 3 puffs of thick black smoke and charged at Jabrin crazily. No. Jabrin's heart was filled with fear and helplessness. He had even forgotten that he was a true immortal stage cultivator. True immortals were existences who had comprehended the ultimate rules of immortal spells between heaven and earth. Although they lived on the ground, they already had the qualifications to ascend. However, in order to avoid the unpredictable heavenly tribulation, they often did not dare to ascend easily. The underworld god realm was a very special existence. It existed between the earth realm and the heavenly realm. True immortals could move freely here without any restrictions. Therefore, many true immortals hid in the middle realms like the underworld god realm, the primordial immortal world, and the demon martial world. Very few people knew of their existence. However, as long as one entered these middle realms, one would realize that these super powerhouses were not as mysterious as one imagined. Roar! The devouring beast instantly bit Jabrin's arms and began to devour his energy, crazily. At the same time, the devouring beast in the middle stared at Jabrin's head and kept releasing dark energy, seemingly very excited. Jabrin gradually calmed down. With a furious roar, all the immortal power in his body exploded and turned into evil energy. He charged at the devouring beast. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, Jabrin's powerful power instantly destroyed the devouring beast. The other 2 devouring beasts were also sent flying and returned to the pool of darkness's body. Fuse! Humph! I'm a genuine true immortal cultivator. I was almost fooled by you. Jabrin snorted coldly as if he wanted to get back at Yi Chen because he was in a sorry state earlier. This was the result of his weak martial will. Although he was at the true immortal stage, his martial will was far from matching the true immortal stage. Therefore, he revealed his true self in the face of Yi Chen's nether god power. Cha Palin, this emperor will kill you like a dog. Your dignity is worthless. Stinking brat, you're being stubborn, aren't you? Today, I'm going to wipe you out completely. They were surrounded by evil spirit powerhouses. If Jabalin continued to be suppressed by Yi Chen in this battle, his reputation would be completely shattered. He wanted to regain his dignity and his true immortal aura. Then he would crush Yi Chen. This was the only way he could regain his confidence. At the same time, Fess and Berenk also arrived. They weren't in a hurry to make a move because they knew that Jabalin didn't want them to make a move. I didn't expect a human brat to suppress Jabarin to such a miserable state. How strange! Faye said with a smile. Berenk did not laugh. He stared at Yi Chen coldly. The darkness pool that Yi Chen had released earlier was extremely violent. The nether deity force contained in it meant that Yi Chen and the nether deity were inextricably linked. There must be a big secret on him. We must capture this man. Berenk said. Berenk, what do you mean? Do you want the enraged Jabalin to spare this brat's life? How is that possible? This isn't something he can decide. Didn't you feel the nether deity force just now? So what? We're in the depths of the nether purgatory. We should also prepare for the upcoming battle. The nether god temple is our ultimate enemy. That's why we must keep this person alive. Only by studying the information on his power can we better understand the nether god tribe. Oh, I understand. Fess nodded slightly. As expected, as the symbol of wisdom among the three leaders, Berenk's thoughts were more meticulous. If Yi Chen really had information on the nether god, then keeping him alive was undoubtedly the best choice. However, I don't think this brat will be killed that easily. Let's see how long he can struggle. How about it? We can watch, but we must not let Jabalin kill him. Don't worry, Berenk. With me here, this person won't die. An amused smile appeared on Fei Si's face. He wanted to see what kind of potential Yi Chen could unleash under Jabalin's pressure. Fei Si had always been interested in potential, so he was the one who came to this underground hall the most. In the battlefield below, Jabalin released his immortal law and merged it with his evil spirit energy. His aura had greatly increased. Ha ha ha, before a true immortal, a Mahayana stage cultivator is like an ant. Mahayana stage? Ha ha ha. Do you really think I'm still a Mahayana stage cultivator? Suddenly, Yi Chen's lips curled into a sneer. Then, in the sky, muffled thunder rumbled. The majesty of the heavenly Tao manifested boundlessly. What? Jabalin frowned slightly. He felt that this was definitely not man-made lightning. It was truly the heavenly Tao's divine lightning. Could it be that this person wanted to directly release the power of heavenly tribulation and use it to deal with him? Jabalin sneered. Ha ha ha! Do you think you can scare me away with the divine lightning of ascension? You're too naive, Yi Chen. This method can only scare away those with low cultivation bases. Perhaps in your world, it can scare away people at full Mahayana stage, or even top itinerant immortals, because they wouldn't dare to let the divine lightning find them. However, I, a true immortal, am absolutely not afraid of this useless lightning. Is that so? Very well, then please have a taste of this divine lightning with me. Yi Chen made up his mind and completely released his foundation. In an instant, the entire space was filled with all kinds of energy. The energy ball in Yi Chen's body exploded. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, Jabalin felt that his body was filled with several types of energy. How could a person have so many types of energy in his body? How could he believe it? Ordinary people, even genius cultivators, could store 2 types of energy in their body. 3 was the limit of the limit. They could be said to be a genius among geniuses. However, Yi Chen's strength surpassed 3 types. How can you let so much energy circulate in your body? It's impossible for you to maintain your stability. That's your knowledge. My body isn't something you can imagine. Chapter 2064. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the sky, the heavenly lightning rumbled and pierced through the entire mountain, reaching all the way to the bottom. In the blink of an eye, the mountain peaks in the palace's formation all showed signs of unstable cracks, which made Cha Palin feel threatened. There was a large amount of evil energy stored in the mountain. After tens of thousands of experiments, once the space here was disturbed by extreme external forces, it would instantly enter an extremely chaotic state and even collapse on the spot. Jiaobran, what are you waiting for? Subdue this be asterisk starred now. Faith shouted from the peak. Shut up. Jiaobran thought that Faith's words were an insult to him, so he was instantly enraged. This person is related to the Nether God's power. I don't want to say too much. Subdue him now. Jabron, Faith is right. You don't have much time left. Faith and Berink put pressure on Jabron, which made the latter very unhappy. As one of the three leaders, he felt that he was being isolated by the other two. However, if Yi Qin was really related to the Nether God, subduing him would be a great contribution. By then Jabron, would naturally straighten his back. He turned to look at Yi Chen and said, "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect a human cultivator to be related to the Nether God. You've really impressed me. However, this will only make your death worse. The Nether God is a target that our evil spirit clan must eliminate. A lowly ant dares to stand shoulder to shoulder with a god? Jabron, cherish the few seconds you have left." Suddenly, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. It was like the smile of the Grim Reaper, making Jobrin's heart skip a beat. However, he soon calmed down. He was a true immortal cultivator, an existence that countless powerhouses looked up to. With such a cultivation base, he was a godlike existence in the human world. Therefore, the person before him should kneel and worship him. Yet he dared to mock him like this. It was unbelievable and unforgivable. How dare you call yourself a god in my evil spirit land? Yi Chen Dai. Jobrin's anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and he became bold. His anger reached its peak. Instantly, the evil tree's power exploded again, wanting to devour Yi Chen. However, he had forgotten how he had failed before. Good timing. Yi Chen smirked inwardly. He had been waiting for this opportunity, waiting for the moment when the Choprin's evil tree exploded. Source of darkness, devour all things. ZZZ. Behind Yi Chen, the power of the origin of darkness rose once again. Endless dark matter spread throughout the entire space. Countless mountain walls, ground, and even cracks in the rocks were filled with dark matter. Roar! Then the dark substance turned into a huge mouth of darkness, covering the heavens and destroying the earth. Chi! 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 The flow of the dark matter was getting faster and faster, and its body was getting bigger and bigger, gradually surpassing Jabrin's control. This. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios at the same time, Felix and Berink couldn't sit still anymore. The two leaders looked at each other. They understood that if they did not restrict the flow of the dark matter released by Yi Chen, the entire underground experimental hall would fall into the devouring network of the dark origin. At that time, not only Charbelum but the entire evil spirit headquarters would be implicated. This was because Yi Chen's dark matter had an infinite devouring ability, like a primordial beast that never had its fill. Attack! The two of them flew out and charged at Yi Chen. Let's attack together. Facing the three leaders, Yi Chen sneered. He was not afraid of the might of the Heavenly Emperor. This situation made countless evil spirit powerhouses feel fear, anger, confusion, and various other emotions. They had never seen such a scene before. The dark matter was like a constantly replicating phage, and the evil spirits, as well as various devices and spaces, had all become the bacteria that the phage wanted to devour. They were all high and mighty powerhouses. Who would have thought that one day they would become a tiny life form like bacteria? With the three leaders here, I don't believe we can't subdue this guy. Yes, the three leaders are super powerhouses of the true immortal stage. Their strength is far from what this kid can deal with. We evil spirits are the strongest. Under the powerful suppression of Yi Chen's dark matter, the evil spirits had already lost their minds. They only wanted to use the psyche victory technique to make up for the damage on their minds. This already showed the characteristics of a weak life form. This was the powerful suppression of the power of the Nether God, making those so-called powerhouses bow their heads. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dark matter extended endlessly, and the speed of the collision was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the entire underground experiment hall had collapsed. What are you guys doing here? Seeing Faith and Barank making a move, Jobran was obviously very dissatisfied. He was a true immortal stage cultivator, but he needed the help of the other two leaders to deal with a Mahayana stage cultivator. Was there any need for him to continue being the commander? Cut the crap. This person's strength is far above his cultivation level. Can't you see that he wants to devour the entire evil spirit land? Jobran, now is not the time to argue. We're only making a move, for safety's sake. The dark matter that this person released is the legendary source of darkness. I heard that it's a ball of dark energy left behind by the nether god that has gained sentience. I didn't expect Yi Qin to obtain it. I can deal with it. Is that so? If you can really deal with it, there's no need for us to make a move. Felix and Barank threw disdainful gazes at Jobran, which made the latter even more furious. He didn't care anymore. He wanted to kill his opponent with his own hands. Only by doing so could he wash away his humiliation. Evil tree fusion. It was a forbidden technique. Jobran had merged with the evil tree and was going to fight the dark substance that Yi Qin controlled. Boom! Chopolin's body completely fused with the evil tree, and his huge face appeared on the trunk of the tree. Ha ha ha! His coarse laughter echoed throughout the space. Even the evil spirit powerhouses were shocked to see Jobran in such a state. They never expected Jobran to have such a forbidden technique. Yi Qin, let the evil tree king end your life now. Pray, Hunter, did you really see it clearly? I don't need to see clearly. As long as I eat you, I will be the winner. In the end, you still can't see clearly. Just when Jobran was about to open his mouth to devour Yi Qin, he suddenly saw an extremely majestic silhouette on the ground. It was as if the entire world was collapsing. Not good. Jobran dodge. What? Seeing the exaggerated expressions of Faith and Barank, Jobran didn't know what was going on. However, a gigantic mouth that could devour a mountain fell from the sky and plunged him into endless darkness. Chapter 2065. The gigantic shadow slowly engulfed Jobran. The latter could already feel the coldness that seeped into his soul. A primordial beast was standing behind him with its bloody mouth wide open. The scene that he had imagined was unavoidable. His heart was still indescribable. Despair, pain, and unwillingness were all brewing. Jobran, Faith, and Barank were shocked. At this moment, the source of darkness had evolved into the ultimate fear of the unknown. Swish! The gigantic beast's mouth devoured the people beneath it. As the shadow passed by, there was no life left. Everything was over. Jobran's figure had already disappeared. Following that, the evil tree rapidly withered. Its energy had been completely absorbed by the source of darkness. The entire space was constantly flowing with dark matter. This dark matter was frantically sucking on the walls and drilling into the earth veins. In any case, as long as it was a space, it would be occupied. This kind of greed and devouring nature shocked everyone. A perfected immortal, a person who has comprehended a worldly immortal art, has been devoured. No one knew who said this. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. Their commander, one of the three leaders, Jobran, had completely disappeared. As it absorbed Jobran's energy, the source of darkness roared continuously. Its entire body's form kept changing, and all kinds of terrifying scenes caused many evil spirit experts present to fall into a terrifying state of consciousness. The power of darkness corroded their brains. Their legs went weak, and they kept kneeling on the ground. Then they started worshipping. Source of darkness, accept our worship. Many itinerant immortals even lost their consciousness. They were completely controlled by the source of darkness's dark power and recognized him as their true lord. Yi Qin floated above the source of darkness's head and accepted everyone's worship. He was now the king of these people. All of you, get up! Fei Si roared in anger. As one of the three leaders, how could he allow his subordinates to bow to a human? Don't be bewitched by this dark power. It's all fake. Barenk shouted at the same time. Everything had gone out of control. As the highest commanders of the army, their minds had also gone crazy. The corrosion of this dark energy not only caused their bodies to lose their battle prowess, but it also caused them to go crazy. No matter how strong one's foundation was or how high one's cultivation base was, in such a state of madness, one would definitely lose their ability to think and act calmly. Resisting the celestial dart will only result in death. The majestic and heavy voice of darkness drove the worshippers even more crazy. They kowtowed continuously, their faces covered in blood. Felix and Barenk were, after all, true immortal realm cultivators. Their martial will and mental energy were both extremely powerful. Their eyes emitted evil energy, activating the evil energy formation buried deep in the earth veins of the headquarters, forcefully capturing those evil spirit experts and throwing them out of the underground experimental hall. Yi Qin, you bastard! You want to bewitch the evil spirit tribe? You deserve to die. Don't think that your source of darkness is strong. Before the demonic energy array, you are nothing. Jabelin's death had a huge impact on Fythe and Barenk. They didn't care what Yi Chen's cultivation base was. They wanted to join hands and crush him. The evil spirit powerhouses that were thrown out of the underground experiment hall gradually regained consciousness. They looked at the scene in the experiment hall from afar with lingering fear. Yi Chen is too dangerous. I completely lost myself just now. That's right. We're also in the itinerant immortal realm. I didn't expect to fall in the hands of a Mahayana realm cultivator. Where did this person come from? Even Commander Jabalin isn't his match. It's inevitable that we'll fall. Although they had escaped the control of the source of darkness, the fear they had for Yi Chen was still deeply buried in their hearts. It was like an unforgettable mark. Apart from worshipping the evil god, only Yi Chen could make them so crazy. 3,000 feet underground, Yi Chen floated high above the source of darkness. The surrounding dark matter continued to extend as if there was no limit. Felix and Barenk looked at each other. They would not be like Jabalin and give Yi Chen a chance to devour. They directly activated their abilities. With the support of the evil spirit array in the earth veins, the power of their abilities rose to another level. The two of them released their true immortal energy at the same time. This energy was far above that of an itinerant immortal. It was a different kind of energy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sparks flew in the surrounding space, and everything was changing rapidly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The extension of the dark matter was affected by the powerful evil energy and began to show signs of wretchedness. Felix, Barenk, you dare to attack me? Only death awaits you. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, do you really have the ability to call yourself an emperor? We're not Jabalin and won't fall into your trap. We'll use the evil spirit array to devour you completely and turn you and the source of darkness into nourishment for the array. Yes, let's also have a taste of being devoured, Barenk ordered. Suddenly, the entire space in the headquarters shook. Then, countless evil energy erupted from the earth veins. It was the evil spirit array. Rumble. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. A vast amount of evil energy began to penetrate the earth veins, turning into a giant python that covered the sky and coiled toward the source of darkness. The massive evil energy spell formation began to morph into a gargantuan, three-headed python. It was the symbol of the three leaders. But now that Jabalin had been killed, only Felix and Barenk had ascended and stood above the other two. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, such a grand evil energy python must be more oppressive than your source of darkness, right? In our eyes, you're still an ant-like existence. You want to fight against us? Dream on. The two mobilized the laws of immortal spells and unleashed their foundation. The evil energy was strengthened by the laws of immortal spells, and its power increased rapidly. Then it fused with the evil spirit array and controlled the entire space. Roar! The three-headed python roared wildly and spat out countless amounts of poison at Yi Chen. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wherever the poison touched, even the hardest rock would quickly corrode and turn into powder. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Seeing this scene, Berenk and Felix revealed a sinister smile. As long as one was corroded by the poison, no matter how strong one was, one would be destroyed. Just when the two were feeling smug, suddenly, 10 meters in front of Yi Chen, countless amounts of dark matter turned into a wall of darkness, instantly blocking the corrosive poison. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The poison began to corrode the wall of darkness, and gradually a hole appeared on the wall of darkness. See that? There's nothing that can stop the poison. Yi Chen, you're done for. The two continued to stimulate the three-headed python's power. As the evil energy poured in, the three-headed python seemed to have no limits as it crazily spewed poison. Yi Chen was in an extremely dangerous situation. Chapter 2066. Seeing a large amount of dark matter being corroded by the poison, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed and he did something shocking. Ah! With a cold shout, Yi Chen merged with the dark matter and turned into the dark Lord Hades again. I don't care what you turn into, you must die. Faith and Berenk frantically activated the laws of immortal force, pushing the dark energy to its peak. The three-headed python bit and spat out poison. The poison became denser and denser, finally turning into a poisonous mist and venom. All of it rushed toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's body was covered by the dark matter and turned into a giant. Ancient god power! Activating the ancient god power, Yi Chen's ancient god power merged with the dark matter. His immunity to poison was directly transmitted to the origin of darkness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless amounts of poison began to corrode Yi Chen's body. However, the invincible ancient god power could not penetrate the dark armor at all. Faith, Berenk, how do you feel now? Yi Chen locked his cold eyes on the two and shouted, How is this possible? The two were shocked. The poison spewed by the three-headed python was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than before, but it could not harm Yi Chen at all. Even the dark matter was immune to the poison. He did not know that this was the effect of the ancient god power. Now it's my turn. The dark sword behind Yi Chen suddenly flew up. Evil Emperor slash. The heavenly Emperor's sword transformed into the evil Emperor's sword and cut through the sky. Rumble. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Everyone, everything, and everything that stood in the way of the evil sword was annihilated. The origin of darkness wrapped around the evil sword. It was strange, evil, and indescribable. You, what exactly are you? Faith and Berenk finally understood Jobrin's fear. Although they were true immortals, they were like ants before Yi Chen. It was impossible for them to understand that the power contained in Yi Chen's body surpassed the laws of nature and boundaries. Moreover, Yi Chen's talent with the heavenly emperor body was beyond their imagination. Ah! The evil emperor's eyes emitted blood-red lightning, his killing intent rising. Devour! With a command, a dark mouth grew on the evil sword. Then, countless amounts of dark matter turned into terrifying devourers and rushed toward Faith and Berenk. Go! The two of them commanded the 3 pythons to charge forward. So. The devourer's figure was extremely fast, transforming into all kinds of dark light as it sped away. In the blink of an eye, it was covered in the 3-headed python's fist radiance. Kacha, kacha, kacha! His sharp fangs tore at the 3-headed python in a frenzy. In less than a moment, not even its bones were left. Ah! Looking at this scene, even Faith and Berenk were stunned. The evil energy formation of their nether prison headquarters was actually devoured by Yi Chen. Obviously, Yi Chen's devouring power wasn't something they could resist. Work together! The two of them had nowhere to retreat, so they could only join hands. Such a scene had already plunged the evil spirit powerhouses who were watching from the outside into despair. The two true immortal leaders have to join forces to fight Yi Chen. Don't you guys understand? Even if they join forces, they're no match for Yi Chen. Just what is going on here. Aren't true immortals invincible existences? It seems like being invincible against Yi Chen is nothing. All the evil spirit powerhouses once again recalled the memory of worshipping the origin of darkness in the underground hall. These memories made them feel pain, sorrow, and fear at the same time. They seemed to be gradually eroded by Yi Chen's power completely falling into his hands. All kinds of mental attacks and the pressure from the evil heavenly emperors supreme might below. They gradually lost themselves. Evil God, grant me power. The two leaders sacrificed their own blood, hoping to obtain the evil god's power. In front of the Dark Lord, even gods are useless. The Dark Lord erupted with supreme might, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It was as if the gates of hell had opened behind him. Accept the Nether King's judgment. The Dark Lord, the Nether King, wielded the evil sword and absorbed endless darkness energy. It had already surpassed the 3 realms and 6 paths. They continued to sacrifice their own blood, but it was meaningless. The evil god still gave up on them. In the eyes of the evil god, Fythe and Berenk were just ants. So what if they died? No. The two of them wailed in pain, completely losing their dignity. They knelt before Yi Chen, sincerely kneeling on the ground. The evil god won't give up on us. We're devout believers of the evil god. No one can kill us. Yi Chen smirked as he looked at the two people who were close to madness. The evil god cares about the lives of 2 ants? Your value has been used up. You're no different from dead people after losing to me. You've lost your dignity and don't even have the courage to commit suicide. I'll help you. Yi Chen was even more furious when he saw the two people who were like mud still, trying to survive. They were no longer worthy of being cultivators. Nether King's blood severance. The evil heavenly sword suddenly shone with a dark starlight. Subsequently, the demon eye between Yi Chen's brows transformed into the Nether King's hexagram. It flew out and imprinted on the sword gleam. Swish, swish. 1 sword gleam, 2 slashes, and 2 souls were severed in 1 strike. They did not have time to scream or see everything clearly. All they could do was leave behind their most terrified and despairing eyes as their heads rolled off. The 2 leaders are both dead. The evil spirit powerhouses' incredulous gazes and cries came from above. They looked at everything that happened in the experiment hall below and were clearly, completely stunned. Those itinerant immortal powerhouses could not even move. They looked at Yi Chen as if they had seen the evil god and knelt down. Rumble. Yi Chen's body suddenly soared. The Dark Lord, the Nether King, dominated the ages. The Dark Lord's might, the Nether King's judgment. Countless evil spirit powerhouses were completely controlled by the dark force. They kowtowed to Yi Chen continuously. Their minds had already belonged to the Dark Lord, and they had all become Yi Chen's slaves. I have already accepted your devout hearts. This place will be rebuilt as the Dark Lord's underworld hall. Yes, we accept your orders. A peak itinerant immortal evil spirit stepped forward to accept the Dark Lord's orders. Clang! Yi Chen pointed with a sword finger, and a Nether King seal was imprinted between the powerhouse's brows. From now on, if they dared to betray the Nether King, their heads would explode, and blood would splatter everywhere. I appoint you as the commander of this place. Report all information to me directly. Yes, sir. The powerhouse knelt and kowtowed. Following that, all the evil spirits knelt and worshipped Yi Chen. Rumble. Yi Chen stomped on the ground and flew into the sky. His huge body was like a demon god descending to the world. He surrounded the world and shook the 4 seas. In an instant, the battle energy in this place erupted and spread the news of the battle. Soon, the news of Yi Qin single-handedly destroying the evil spirit Nether Prison headquarters spread throughout the Nether Prison continent. Yi Qin's name was like a miracle, praised by everyone. Chapter 2067. Nether Prison's 10th Hall. Was it really Yi Qin who destroyed the evil spirit headquarters in the Nether Prison continent? In the main hall, a tall cultivator in embroidered robes walked forward and asked anxiously, "10th Palace Master, it's really Yi Qin." "Looks like the information we received from the Netherworld realm is true. This person is very extraordinary. We must find him before the other palaces find him. Don't worry. Our 10th Divine Hall has sent out tens of times more troops than the other halls. We'll definitely be able to find Senior Yi." "Very well, let's go." The expert nodded slightly and quickly left the hall. In the main hall, many combatants began to discuss. Previously, they had been suspicious of Yi Qin. However, they saw that the people from the 9th Palace had directly notified the Flowing Cloud sect and asked them to pay attention to Yi Qin's existence. Now that Yi Qin had defeated the evil spirits, this was a feat that they could not ignore. Under such circumstances, the Nightmare Hall had to act decisively. Only by finding Yi Qin in advance would they have a chance to make a name for themselves. "Hall Master, we've made ample preparations this time. There won't be any problems," an elder said. Even so, the news of Yi Qin's victory over the evil spirit Nether Prison's headquarters has spread. I believe that the 10 Temple Masters must be looking for his whereabouts. We may not be able to win. Don't worry, Palace Master. I believe that Yi Qin has stayed in the Flowing Cloud sect before. Perhaps we can find some clues from them. Oh, go to the Sky Cloud Martial School immediately and look for clues. Yes. The elder bowed slightly and then quickly disappeared within the main hall of the Flowing Cloud sect. I didn't expect Senior Yi to single-handedly wipe out the entire evil spirit headquarters. Who can match this kind of power? I think even the Lord of the 10 Nether Prison Palaces can't do it. The Supreme Elder sat on the high seat, his face flushed red as he spoke to the crowd. Supreme Elder is indeed knowledgeable. You have long seen that this person is extraordinary. Why don't we immediately recommend Senior Yi to the Nether Prison? Perhaps it will have some effect. Alas, Senior Yi is now on his way to Nether Prison. I wonder where he is now. Just as everyone was feeling melancholy, a Sky Cloud Martial School expert suddenly came in to report. Reporting to Supreme Elder, a Nether Prison messenger is here. What? Hurry up and invite them in. Hearing that it was a Nether Prison messenger, the Supreme Elder immediately stood up and led the crowd to welcome him. Da-da-da. Everyone came out of the palace and saw an old man dressed in a black robe. Netherworld energy surrounded his body, and he looked very dignified. On behalf of the Sky Cloud sect, we welcome Lord Envoy. Hi, get up. The old man landed on the ground and said, "I'm Elder He Yun of the 10th Nether Prison Palace. I've come for Yi Qin." Senior Yi? Hearing this name, everyone was excited. Indeed. Did this person come to your Sky Cloud Martial School? Reporting to the envoy, that is indeed the case. Why don't we enter the main hall to discuss in detail? There's no need. Let's talk here. I'm pressed for time. Yes. The Supreme Elder stepped forward and bowed slightly, then said, "This person has come to our Flowing Cloud sect. I think he is a hidden powerhouse and ordinary people can't see through him. On behalf of the Flowing Cloud sect, we welcome this senior. I didn't expect this senior to be such an expert. He single-handedly destroyed the entire evil spirit headquarters. It is a miracle. I know all of this. Tell me something useful. Did the 9th Palace of Nether Prison ask you to entertain Yi Qin?" "That's right. A messenger from the 9th Divine Hall has come to inform us." When Yi Qin left, did you have any communication?" "We offered the map of Nether Prison to Senior Yi." "The map of Nether Prison? To the 9th Palace?" That's right. Be asterisk starred. He Yin was furious. The flowing cloud sect's supreme elder and the others knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. It's a waste of time talking nonsense with you. In the future, the flowing cloud sect will be managed by the 10th palace. You must not listen to any other orders. Moreover, if there is any information, inform the 10th palace immediately, understand? Rest assured, envoy, we will obey your orders. Get up. With that, He Yun flew out and sped toward the nether prison. After he left, the Supreme Elder and the others stood up and shook their heads continuously. Supreme Elder, why is that? Why? Can't you tell? It's obvious that the 10 palaces are fighting for Senior Yi. We're stuck between these forces, and it's very painful. Go back. Yes. Everyone returned to the main hall. Elder He Yun used his profound movement technique and followed the route of the 10th palace to quickly find Yi Chen's whereabouts. At this moment, Yi Chen had destroyed the evil spirit headquarters in the nether prison continent and was heading toward the 9th palace according to the map. Halfway there, he suddenly sensed a powerful array, formation, fluctuation ahead. This is... Yi Chen flew up and hid among the ancient trees, flashing and leaping. In an empty plain in front of him, a few cultivators were facing each other. Idiot, your 10th palace is the weakest of the 10 nether prison palaces. It's ridiculous to compare yourself to our 9th palace. Don't be so arrogant. If you can beat me, I'll naturally submit to you. All right, since you don't know what's good for you, don't go easy on me. The two powerhouses glared at each other fiercely. It was obvious that they were very hostile. Seeing this, Yi Chen sneered in his heart. He did not expect there to be such a grudge between the 10 nether prison palaces. He thought to himself, let's see who's more powerful between the 9th and 10th palaces before deciding which one to go to. On the battlefield, the person who attacked from the 10th palace was a young man. He looked like he was 18 or 19 years old and was still a little immature. However, Yi Chen knew very well that this was the cultivation world. This person's age was definitely not as simple as he looked. The person who attacked from the 9th palace was a thin man with a sinister face. His fingers were like sharp claws, and he looked very fierce. The two of them stood in the formation. This formation was a trapping formation. After entering it, one could not come out at will, forming a battlefield. Yi Chen took out a few supreme-grade Ming stones as snacks. He sat on the ancient tree, but no one noticed him. At this moment, on the battlefield, the thin man was the first to move. Ming Xian, I'll make you my food this time. Let me see what's the difference between your flesh and those mystical beasts. Or should I say that there's no difference? Then I'll be able to enjoy myself. Leng Jiao, you'd better go back to your black rainforest. You don't deserve to be human. That's right. I don't want to be a good person either. However, I'll eat you first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Leng Jiao's figure moved in an instant, turning into a ray of cold light that directly entered the black rainforest. Following that, the surrounding space rapidly darkened and all light was lost. Yi Chen glanced sideways, slightly. It was his first time seeing such a barrier. It was quite interesting. Chapter 2068. Leng Jiao's figure gradually blurred, and the surrounding formation actually began to expand. This was clearly an advantage for Leng Jiao, which was to allow Leng Jiao to move as far as possible within a wide range, causing Ming Xian's senses to miss. Yi Chen despised this kind of behavior. He did not expect these kids to start playing tricks in a fight. However, he did not make a move immediately. He wanted to use their battle to derive the divine abilities and secret techniques of the 9th and 10th divine halls. The battle between the two of them officially began. Leng Jiao had the geographical advantage, but Ming Xian was as steady as Mount Tai, as if he had a card up his sleeve. All sorts of information from the battlefield entered Yi Chen's eyes. From Leng Jiao's movement technique, he could tell that the 9th palace might be related to mystical beasts. From the strength of Ming Xan's psychic power, he could tell that the 10th palace might be adept at psychological warfare. It was a psyche power technique. Kill. Lun Jio's eyes shone with a blood-red light. His figure was like a phantom, and his speed was so fast that he couldn't even blink. Ming Xian actually closed his eyes and used his mental strength to lock onto Lun Jio's position. Such a marvelous technique amazed everyone present. This Ming Xian is courting death. Just watch. Senior brother Lun Jio will deal with him soon. Of course. The people from the 9th Divine Hall started to mock them, but the people from the 10th Divine Hall were relatively calm. Lun Jio's killing shadow appeared and went straight for Ming Xian's vitals. At this moment, Ming Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and waves of mental power rushed straight at Lun Jio's mind. Impossible. Lun Jio felt that everything in front of him was chaotic. He couldn't see anything at all. Even Ming Xian's aura had disappeared. Bright moon palm. Boom! With a loud bang, Lun Jio's figure was directly slapped 10 feet away, and he fell to the ground in pain. Okay. The people of the 10th Divine Hall all cheered, which instantly incited the anger of the people of the 9th Divine Hall. All of their eyes were bloodshot and ferocious, as if they were evil spirits. Whoosh! At this moment, an old man descended and stopped everyone from fighting. What are you all doing? Killing each other? Elder He Yun, the members of the 9th Divine Hall have gone too far. They've bullied our 10th Divine Hall many times. And now that we've lost the battle, they actually want to act violently. Right? The people from the 9th Palace are too rude. They deserve to die. Many people from the 10th Hall stepped forward and said, Don't say any more. I don't have time to bother with you all. Disperse. Disperse? Senior brother Lun Jio, you're leaving just like that? An expert from the 9th Palace stepped forward and said coldly. He Yun looked at that person coldly. It was the thorn of the 9th Divine Hall. Ice Wolf. How dare you be so rude in front of me? Ha. The people of the 9th Palace are like that. So what? At this moment, a burst of maniacal laughter rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a middle-aged man with dark skin, like charcoal, descending. This person was the elder of the 9th Divine Hall, Black Tiger. Ice Cold was his disciple. Seeing this scene, he wanted to stand up for his disciple. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. Seeing this scene, Yi Chun gained a basic understanding of the 9th Palace and the 10th Palace. It seemed that the people of the 9th Palace were used to being domineering. A disciple could be rude to an elder. Such a thing was rare. Yi Chun exhaled. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Chen had finished absorbing the clear stone that even a peak itinerant immortal would need to absorb for 3 months. Black Tiger, don't be unreasonable. He Yun, do I need to reason with you in my territory? He walked to the front and looked at the people of the 10th Palace with a cold smile. I think this battle is very disadvantageous to us. What did you say? The people of the 10th Palace revealed expressions of anger. This battle was clearly disadvantageous to the 10th Palace, but Black Tiger was twisting the facts. Who can testify for you? We can all testify. Many combatants of the 10th Palace came out and shouted, Ha, you can testify for yourself. I'm dying of laughter. No one can testify. Since you're in my territory, you must do as I say. Otherwise die. You. Elder He Yin was also angry. He did not expect the 9th Palace to be so arrogant. I can testify. Suddenly, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. Following that, a young man jumped down from the ancient tree and landed lightly on the ground, dissipating. You, who are you? Black Tiger and He Yin were shocked at the same time. It was not because Yi Chen had done anything, but because he had not done anything. Both of them were supreme combatants, close to true immortal stage. According to their sensing abilities, if someone was so close to them, it was impossible for them not to notice. However, earlier, they did not feel anything at all. The person in front of them was just a Mahayana stage cultivator. Was this not too much? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I saw everything. Yi-Chin told them everything he had seen. Instantly, the people of the Ninth Palace were united against a common enemy. Be asterisk starred, you're seeking death. Devour this brat. Many combatants of the Ninth Palace glared at Yi-Chin fiercely. Yi-Chin suddenly looked at the combatants of the Ninth Palace with a pair of cold eyes. Instantly, his mind energy swept through the entire place. The disciples of the Ninth Palace widened their eyes as if they were possessed. They knelt before Yi-Chin, prostrating and kowtowing like ants. What are you doing? Black Tiger was instantly enraged. As a member of the Ninth Palace, how could he tolerate such cowardice? However, what he didn't know was that even he would be greatly shocked by what those experts had seen. Elder He Yun frowned slightly. He kept thinking, first of all, this is the way to the 10th Palace. Second, this person is a young man and he's really young. It's clear that his talent is peerless. Third, this person's aura is like a god descending to the mortal world, insufferably arrogant. With these 3 clues, didn't they match up with a certain someone? Thinking of this, Elder He Yun was overjoyed. Originally, this mission was to compete with the other 9th palaces for Yi-Chin. How could they be so lucky to meet him? Moreover, he seemed to be on their side. Black Tiger, do you admit to treating the senior so rudely? Elder He Yun stepped forward and scolded. He Yun, what did you say? Black Tiger was dumbfounded and angry at the same time. He was someone who was close to true immortal stage, the same generation as He Yin. Yet, He Yin called the person before him senior. Did he have to call him senior too? D*MNU. In a rage, Black Tiger suddenly attacked Yi-Chin. This was what He Yin wanted to see. He shouted angrily, Black Tiger, you can't afford to offend this person. Stop right now. Ha ha ha. I can't afford to offend him? He Yin, I think there's something wrong with your head. Who knows where this stinking brat came from? And he's even a human. In our underworld prison, humans are the lowest race, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yi-Chin raised his head high and looked coldly at the person before him. Who could withstand the wrath of a heavenly emperor?